You are listening to Wildest Dream, The Alexander Family, Book 2, written by Brooke St. James, narrated by Christina Traister, audio production copyright 2024. Chapter 1. Isaac Alexander, Seattle, Washington, May. Isaac had a long, epic, unusual dream, and he woke up feeling dazed and confused by it. He was still rattled when he went to work. Isaac rarely dreamed as vividly as he did last night, and he spent his morning in a totally different state of mind because of it. He was the general manager and part owner at his family's large restaurant in downtown Seattle. He had to work today, and the last thing he needed to be was disoriented. But it was a long, real dream of biblical proportions. There were scenes in the dream that actually felt biblical. He dreamed of war and horses. He dreamed of ships and storms, and everything seemed to be set in historical times, even though he couldn't remember an exact historical event. There were so many horses, trampling horses. There was one whole scene where Isaac seemed to be carried away with a pack of wild horses. They were kicking up dust, but Isaac wasn't riding one of them. It was more like he was running along with them. He couldn't see himself in the dream, but he wasn't scared of the horses or being hurt by them. There was a loud rumbling noise, the trampling of hooves. I can still hear it, Isaac explained to his sister, who blinked at him. Yeah, you lost me way back the first time you were talking about the horses. Then you went to the thing about the boat. She was staring at him like she was lost and hadn't even heard his story. Dreams are so out there. My brain went to other things while you were talking about it. Isaac stared at his sister. So you're telling me you're not listening? Basically, she agreed, cringing at the sound of her response. I'm so sorry. I'm not interested. I'm just kind of thinking about this huge lot of boxes I have to go through next door. It's fine, Isaac said. He was out of it from the dream, and it didn't bother him that his sister didn't want to hear about it. Isaac was a full-time server and restaurant manager at Jimmy's on 2nd, and today he was working the counter. Claire had been working at her thrift store next door, and she walked over to eat lunch. Claire wasn't the least bit interested in Isaac's dream, which was no big deal since he was busy and didn't have much time to talk anyway. I've got some size 11 leather casual shoes and that stuff from the estate sale last weekend. They look like you. There are several good shoes in your size, and most of the men's clothes look like your size too. You should come check it out. That stuff looks like it hasn't been worn. Some of it hasn't. It still has tags. I'll set some things aside for you and call you to come look before I price it. Thank you, Isaac said. I'm sorry I didn't care about dreams. Just tell me later if you want. Mom's making a big soup tonight. What kind? He asked absent-mindedly. Black bean, I think, Claire answered. Isaac nodded at her and went about his business. He was still thinking about his dream. He could hardly get his mind off of it. Claire didn't think anything about their short conversation. She had grown up in the restaurant. Her great-grandparents started Jimmy's, and her grandparents built it into what it was today. Claire had worked there for 4 years. She stayed on even after she started her store and had only recently stopped waiting tables part-time. She still came in multiple times a week. That was the main way she saw her brother. Half of their conversations took place in that restaurant. Isaac went to check on his other customers, and with how busy and fast-paced the restaurant was, before he knew it, the lunch rush was over. He went through the motions, and just like that, he was down to 2 customers at the bar. They were a couple of Isaac's regulars, and they didn't need his attention, so Isaac decided to make a trip to the front door to fix it from dragging. It was something that had been bothering him all morning. Fixing it was a simple matter of tightening the screw on a hinge, and he carried a screwdriver with him as he walked that way. Isaac had been managing the restaurant full-time since he was 18 years old, which, unbelievably, was 8 years. He was already working there part-time in high school, but the tipping point was when his grandmother Rita went through a medical procedure that made her unable to work for an extended period of time. Business would have continued if Isaac hadn't stepped in for his grandmother, but he was the only one who could come close to replacing her in presence and personality. Isaac had worked hard all these years, and he now owned a percentage of the restaurant. He had saved a lot of money and made some investments. At this point, he could choose to do something different with his time than continue to manage the day-to-day operations at the restaurant. But it was a rewarding daily routine, and it was a known fact that Jimmy's would not be the same without Isaac there. He was the next generation of his grandmother, and that was saying a lot. Isaac's grandparents owned the entire 5-story building. The restaurant took up the whole first floor, and there were high-end apartments above that. Papa Jim and Rita had given the second floor to their younger son Samuel, and the third floor to their oldest son Jim. Each floor had 8 apartments, and Isaac's dad, Samuel, had given all 3 of his children their own unit. Isaac had lived upstairs until a year ago when he decided he spent enough of his time in this building. He would always own the apartment upstairs, though. It was written into his contract that if he ever did sell, it had to be to family. But Isaac would never sell his apartment in the Alexander building. In fact, if he ever stopped working at the restaurant, he would probably move back. He walked toward the skidding door, smiling and thinking about how much this small task was going to change something that had been bugging him all morning. His mind went back to the dream during those seconds as he headed toward the door. He saw and heard those trampling horses. "Hey, Jill, how's it going?" he distractedly asked the lady coming in the door. Jill Phillips was a novelist who had come into the restaurant several times a week for the last month. "Everything's great. I'm meeting Sherman today." "Oh, that's cool," Isaac said. Jill was loosely basing her fiction novel on a few different customers or stories that happened at this restaurant, and Sherman and Linda Hendricks were a couple Jill had been interviewing. "You look like a leading man," Jill said, pointing and smiling at him in the kind-hearted way of a female relative. "What, you like my haircut?" Isaac asked, running a hand through his hair for dramatic effect. Jill laughed at him. "I was talking about the screwdriver." Isaac tilted his head at her. "The screwdriver?" "Yeah." "I'm just tightening a hinge," he said, gesturing to the door. She shrugged. "It's still pretty boss of you." Isaac gave Jill a bright smile while shaking his head and moving toward the door. Within a minute, the problem was fixed and the door was no longer dragging as it opened and closed. It would hold like this for a week or two until Isaac would have to come tighten it again. Eventually, he would have to replace something, but for now, this was a good solution. And then he saw it. It was straight out of his dream. The exact horses. They were suddenly plastered right in front of Isaac in full view, and just like that, Isaac was transported to the dream. He could feel the wind move and hear the trampling sounds. It was the same scene, and he stared at it, feeling completely swept away by the memory and the motion. "These ladies were just leaving, Isaac," Cindy said, cutting in. "Thank you so much, ladies." "No problem. We enjoyed it." But the woman's response was reluctant. Isaac's stare was aimed at the horses, and he was unable to believe that his exact dream was in front of his eyes. It was like he was there. Excuse us," someone said rudely. It was at that moment that Isaac realized that the horses were connected to a shirt, and the shirt was connected to a woman. He stared at it again, just to make sure he wasn't seeing things, and it was like the picture was ripped straight out of his dream. "Excuse us," the woman said, moving. Isaac didn't realize that he had been so transfixed until she stepped to the side. "Move!" the other woman said, cutting between Isaac and the woman with the horse shirt. They were already walking away by the time Isaac was able to process what was going on. He had been staring at the horses while memories of his dream flashed before his eyes. They were mad at him, and it was because he was staring at the front of her shirt. I wasn't," he called out for them, trying to explain, but it was too late. It was a group of 2 women, and they walked through the restaurant in a huff. Both of them looked over their shoulders at Isaac. The one in the denim shirt was scowling at him like he was a big pervert. But the one on the right, the one in the horse shirt, she just stared at him. She was wearing an unreadable expression as the other woman turned and led them both out of the door. The door did not scrape the floor when it opened and closed. Isaac should have caught them and explained, but the truth was almost as odd as someone just standing there staring. What would he tell her if he caught up to her? Would he say that he had a dream about horses and war and shipwrecks, and could she please tell him what it all meant? Of course he wouldn't say that. He wouldn't even follow her. She was already out of the restaurant by now. "What's going on with you, boss?" Cindy said. Isaac felt dazed already, and it was surreal to stare straight at a scene of stampeding wild horses and then have it walk out of the door. "The woman's shirt," he said. "I had a dream that looked exactly like that last night. I had a crazy dream and then her shirt was just like it." "Oh, I heard you talking about your dream earlier." Cindy let out a relieved laugh. "Those women thought you were staring at her you-know-whats." "I know," he said, looking ashamed. "I figured that out after the other woman shoved past me. It was a little weird looking with you standing there staring at her chest like your eyeballs were about to pop out of your head, especially holding that screwdriver." Isaac laughed at the thought. He was out of it, but he could still appreciate the humor in the situation. He knew he had most likely looked like the creep of the century in that scene, and in that moment there was nothing he could do about it. He didn't know either of those women. They were both young and beautiful, but their faces had been a blur compared to the shirt. What was it with the horses? Was God trying to tell him something? "I wonder if I should invest in a ranch," he said thoughtfully. "A ranch?" Cindy said, her tone reflecting her confusion. "Like a dude ranch?" "A horse ranch," he said. "I really don't know. I'm looking at some property and I don't know. I had this really vivid dream that was exactly that girl's shirt. That was weird seeing it on a shirt. It makes me think there's more to it, you know? Like maybe God wants me to do something with horses." "With horses?" Cindy said, still sounding perplexed. "I don't know," Isaac said. "The dream was just so strong." Isaac was always joking around, and Cindy didn't know what to think about his behavior right then. She laughed, assuming he was joking. "Don't you think that's weird, though?" he asked. "The dream, and then the shirt?" "I heard Rita tell Vicky Clark that dreams mean nothing." "You know Vicky was having those nightmares, and she had bad anxiety about it, thinking they were going to come true. And Rita told her multiple times that dreams mean nothing. And the shirt, lots of people have shirts like that. I've seen shirts like that all the time. I don't think it means you need to open a dude ranch. You wouldn't even know how to be a cowboy, Isaac." "You're right," he said, laughing even though he wasn't convinced. The whole thing hit him harder than that. The dream and the feelings it stirred had been strong in the shirt. It had unexplainably brought him back to his dream in a way that had him feeling transported. Isaac felt like there was more to it than just coincidence. Chapter 2. Ariel, Ari, Marino. Willow drugged me along, pulling me vigorously out of the restaurant. She was my friend, Sabrina's roommate. "Sabrina would kill me if we walked down the block and you got murdered by some creepazoid with a screwdriver on your second day in Seattle." "He wasn't with a screwdriver," I said, smiling at her. "He wasn't holding it like a weapon. He fixed a door with it. I watched him." "Don't take up for him," she said. I looked through the restaurant windows before we rounded the corner. I didn't see the waiter when I glanced inside, but I didn't look for very long. Willow tugged at my arm again when she saw me hesitate, and we kept walking. That had been an odd experience. "That guy was a total creep with the way he was staring at you," she said in a frustrated tone. "He might as well have been drooling." "Yeah, exactly," I agreed, which is why I think something was wrong. Men don't walk around gawking shamelessly like that. "Do you think he had something wrong with him? Like his brain?" "No. I'm just saying, it didn't seem like he was looking at my chest." Willow laughed. "Oh, yes, he was," she insisted. "He was clearly checking you out. That shirt looks good on you, but it is a little tight around the chest. It does bring the eyes to that area." "What?" I said, laughing at her. It was a size large, not too tight at all. I had a little room in it, honestly. "Willow, I've worn shirts or dresses that are way tighter than this in public, and no one has ever just walked up and stared at me like that." "What a whack job," she said, glancing back on the sidewalk to make sure we weren't being followed. "I guess I'm never going back to that place again." I turned and looked behind us. Jimmy's on second. Your favorite roast beef. I hadn't tried the roast beef. Willow and I had gone in there for a drink while Sabrina was on the next block purchasing a pair of shoes to wear with her graduation gown. I had recently come to town to go to Sabrina's graduation. Sabrina and I were childhood friends who had been as close as sisters for a season when we were younger. I had met Willow a few other times, so I was comfortable around her as well. "I don't think real creeps can be that handsome," I said, smiling. I hadn't even realized I was voicing my thoughts until Willow whipped her head around to stare at me. "What? Yes, they can. Are you taking up for that guy? It doesn't matter how good-looking you are. There's no excuse for that kind of misogyny." "What kind of misogyny?" Sabrina asked. She met us at the door to the shoe store like she had been watching for us. "There was a waiter at the restaurant just now who blatantly stared at her." Willow cleared her throat to indicate an obscene area. "Her what? Her butt?" "My shirt," I said. "Oh," Sabrina said, shaking her head and making a face like it was all a real shame. I didn't even respond to it. I mentioned the shoes she just bought, and she started talking about her experience at the shoe store. Maybe I was too forgiving, but the guy at the restaurant wasn't that big of a deal to me. I thought he was nice looking. He was handsome, but he was also nice looking, as if he looked like a nice person. I thought about his dumbfounded expression as he stared at me. It almost seemed like he was hypnotized. "Did you want to?" Sabrina repeated. She was directing her question at me. "Did I want to what?" "What are you so spaced out about?" "She just got violated," Willow said. "I didn't get violated," I said, smiling at them. "Did you want to go in this other store with me?" Sabrina repeated. "Yeah, that's fine," I said. I honestly didn't think that much more about the guy after that. I met a gorgeous guy with mesmerizing green eyes who happened to gawk at my shirt. It was only for a second, and even though it was weird, I put it out of my mind without a problem. I certainly wasn't thinking of it the following day when I caught sight of that same guy at a completely different location. I saw him in a huge crowd of people at the University of Washington. The graduation ceremony was over, and we were about to leave Husky Stadium. Willow and another friend of theirs went with Sabrina's dad to get the vehicle. They would come back this way in a minute to meet me, Sabrina, and Sabrina's mom. Those two had run into a family they knew and were taking a minute to talk. I had been given the task of watching for Sabrina's dad and motioning to the ladies when he pulled around. I was positioned at my post when I caught sight of the waiter from yesterday. He was standing on the sidewalk with a large group of people. They had one graduate with them, a young man who was strikingly handsome, looking like he could be the brother of the waiter. There were what must have been 20 or 30 people in the group, and they were taking pictures with the graduate. I absent-mindedly watched them while I waited for Sabrina's dad. I knew they had to walk several blocks and navigate traffic to get back, so I wasn't in a hurry to stare at the street just yet. I watched that family instead. They were all smiles, beautiful, and dressed nicely, but they also looked comfortable and fun. The waiter from yesterday was wearing slacks and a button-down shirt with a belt and dress shoes, and the whole 9 yards. He looked like a male model, and I watched him unabashedly because he was far away and no one could see me or know what I was looking at. He didn't look like a creep at all. He was smiling and talking, and, if anything, I was the creep for being unable to stop looking at him. Even when his eyes met mine, I still couldn't look away. Wait. His eyes. I looked away. I glanced away, but only for a few seconds before curiosity got the best of me and I glanced at the waiter again. We were separated by enough distance that he had to squint, peering through the sunlight. He was definitely focused in my direction. I thought he was focused on me. I looked away again because I didn't want to stare, but when I glanced back at him again, he was heading my way. He was smiling and looking larger than life as he took long strides heading my way. I didn't move. 1, I was strategically positioned where I could see Sabrina and her mom, and 2, I wasn't entirely sure that I was the focus of his attention. Either way, he was walking right. Yep, he was definitely coming my way, making eye contact with me. He was close enough now that I could clearly see his green eyes, and they were staring straight at mine. He smiled, and his teeth were perfect. They were white and straight and sharp in all the right ways that made him look dangerous. I instinctually adjusted myself as he came toward me. I fixed my posture, and I placed my hand over my chest since I knew I had on a dress that was more revealing than the t-shirt from yesterday.
"Hey, are you the lady who came into my restaurant yesterday?"
he asked, when he got close enough for me to hear him. "I am, yes," I agreed, nodding.
"Oh man, I am so glad I ran into you. What are the chances? What are you doing here?"
"My friend just graduated. We were childhood friends. How about you?"
"My little brother, Ryan."
He gestured to the family who was still standing around talking and taking photos.
"He graduated."
"Yeah," I said. "I saw the hat."
"Hey, I'm actually really thankful I ran into you. I need to apologize to you for yesterday. I didn't even realize until after you left that I was looking at your... I had this extremely vivid dream the night before you came in. It was like nothing I ever dreamed before. I was picturing it in my mind all morning, and then you came in wearing that shirt. I could not tear my eyes from it. It was like...
The waiter trailed off, but he made a motion with his hands and a sound with his mouth.
"Tractor beam,"
he said. He smiled at me. His eyes were soft and sweet, and they hadn't left mine the whole time. I was distracted by them. "This is a completely different experience than yesterday," I said, smiling at him.
"Sorry about that."
He stuck out his hand.
"I'm Isaac."
"Hey, Isaac. I'm Ari."
"That's pretty. Ari. Is it short for something?"
"Ariel."
"It's pronounced differently,"
he said. I grinned at him since that was obvious.
"Yeah," I agreed.
Both of us were relaxed with easy-going demeanors.
"I'm really sorry about yesterday," he said. "That dream was surreal and it had me thrown off all day, even today."
"It's fine. I mean, it's not fine if you're a perv or anything, but I could sort of tell that you were looking at my shirt. It's just with the horses." I was rambling because I regretted saying the word perv. Isaac was gorgeous, and his direct gaze was too much for me to handle at the moment. I sort of wished he would look at my clothing again. I glanced away, looking at the scene around us.
"Are you waiting for someone?"
he asked. "Oh, I have a job to do, but it will be a minute."
"A job? Are you working right now?"
No, I'm just looking out for my friend's dad. When he pulls up, I have to get my friend."
"Is it your friend from yesterday?"
"She's in the truck. My other friend is the one who graduated."
"With what degree?"
"Dance."
"Dance?"
"Yes. That's how I know her. We were dancers when we were kids."
"What kind of dance?"
"Hip-hop."
"You're a hip-hop dancer?"
he asked, standing back and looking me over with newfound curiosity. "I used to be more than I am now. I still do it some, but not like Sabrina. What about you?"
"Me?"
"Your brother. What did he study?"
"Oh, Ryan? Business. He just came here to play soccer, really. Our dad teaches us more about business than he learned here."
"Your brother was on the soccer team?"
"Yes, he was. Men's soccer,"
he added dazedly. He was staring into my eyes and smiling, and it was so different from the encounter I had with him yesterday that I was stunned. I tore my gaze from Isaac's and glanced at the parking lot, but I didn't see Sabrina's dad.
"So, What do you do if you're not dancing?
He asked. I still dance. I'm just more behind the scenes now.
That's good,
Isaac said. His eyes met mine, and the simple act of eye contact felt way too intimate, too serious. I wasn't sure what I was feeling. I smiled and looked away.
It's amazing that we ran into each other,
Isaac said.
Have we ever met before?
I shook my head. No, I don't think so.
Crazy that we would go all this time and then see each other 2 days in a row,
he said.
I'm so glad, though. I felt awful, and I'm happy I got to explain.
I knew you weren't a big creep like my friend thought you were. She used another word to describe you, too. I can't remember, but it sounded bad.
Thank you for trusting that I wasn't a bad guy,
he said, smiling at me.
I just couldn't believe that shirt after I had been picturing horses all morning.
That's a hilarious coincidence. Wait. There's my friend's dad. I see him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got to... I glanced at Sabrina, who was preoccupied with her conversation. I have to go get my friend, I said, seeing that she didn't happen to be conveniently looking at me like I hoped.
Yeah, I should get back too. I'm happy I saw you, Ari,
he said. I smiled and nodded, waving and taking off in the direction of Sabrina. Me too, I said. Mystery solved.
Dinner's on the house if you ever want to come by the restaurant again.
There was already some distance between us when he said that, and I waved at him. Thank you, I yelled. Chapter 3. Isaac Alexander. The following week. It was lunchtime on Thursday when Jill, the author, came into the restaurant. Isaac was working the counter and he saw her come in.
How's it going, Miss Jill?
Isaac said.
I thought you were done with your book.
I'm done interviewing, she answered. I'm meeting Sherman and Linda for coffee to give them the notes I have on their story. I wanted them to read over some things.
Isaac called every woman in the phone book with that same name,
Cal said. Cal's elderly parents owned the appliance store next door. And Cal came into the restaurant most days for lunch. He was an older gentleman, but he had a lot of childlike qualities. He always brought colorful, brutally honest conversations to the counter at Jimmy's.
All I did was search one time on the internet, Isaac said.
What did you search for? Jill asked, as she sat down. Isaac made a face at Cal, asking him to please not spill his guts about everything. Isaac honestly wasn't sure how much Cal had heard. He had been looking for Ari for nearly a week.
I searched for a woman one time, Isaac said, explaining to Jill.
Her eyebrows shot up excitedly, and Isaac gave her a shake of the head that was meant to shut down her hope.
It didn't turn out to be anything. All I knew was her first name. It's impossible.
Why did you want to reach this woman?
Oh, because he fell in love and then she dropped off a shirt for him that day when he wasn't looking, Cal said. Thanks, Cal. I hardly fell in love, but otherwise he's right. I met a woman, and there was this whole misunderstanding with her shirt, and then she brought the shirt here to give it to me. I told her I would buy her dinner, but she came on a Sunday and I wasn't here. She told Robert she was heading to the airport. So I assume she lives out of town.
And all you have to go on is her first name? Jill asked.
And he has her shirt, Cal said, and it smells like perfume, so he sleeps with it every night.
Isaac leveled Cal with a stare.
Now you're just repeating Uncle Jim and giving me a hard time about it. I definitely don't sleep with anything every night.
Isaac didn't sleep with the shirt, but he did pick it up now and then and take a big whiff of it. It smelled like Ari. He imagined her dancing. He wished he could see her do it. He searched Ari hip-hop dancer on the internet, but there was nothing that seemed to pertain to her. There was so much he didn't learn about her. He had nothing, other than the fact that she went to the airport, which seemed like bad news. He knew her friend went to the University of Washington and studied dance, but he could not let himself take such extreme measures to track her down that way. Besides, he couldn't even remember what she said her friend's name was. It all happened too fast.
"What did I do?" Jim asked, calling from the kitchen.
You were teasing Isaac about his love life, Jill said, calling to Jim and hoping to get them talking.
"There's nothing to tell, unfortunately,"
Isaac said. He wiped the counter and a few of the menus. How did you get her shirt again? Jill asked. Tell me what happened.
"She dropped it off up here at the restaurant, but it was when I wasn't working,"
Isaac said.
"And all he has is a note and a shirt, so it's impossible to find her again,"
Cal added, informing Jill.
"Thanks, Cal."
Isaac, I need to hear more of this story.
"I'll be right back, and I'll tell you everything," Isaac said, "but there's not much to it."
Before Isaac made his way back to Jill, Sherman and his wife came to share coffee with her. The couple had met in this restaurant 20 years ago, and their story would be one of 3 main storylines in Jill's book.
"How's the book coming?"
Isaac said to Jill a little while later as Sherman and Linda walked out of the restaurant. It's great. I'm in the final draft, but there's still a chance that Isaac, would you please tell me the story about the girl? He leaned onto the counter, getting comfortable.
"Last week, the day before Ryan's graduation, I woke up after dreaming a really vivid dream. It was long and draining, and the most memorable part was running with these wild horses, like a herd of them. They were kicking up dust, and I was right there with them, hearing and smelling the whole scene. And then, the next day, this girl comes in wearing a shirt that was a scene straight out of... Bye, Cal,"
Isaac said, seeing that it was 1 p.m. on the dot, and Cal stood up and began walking out even though he was interested in the story.
"Bye,"
Cal answered. He high-fived Jill on the way out, but she was focused intensely on Isaac. She blinked, staring at him. A scene straight out of what? She asked.
"Out of my dream," Isaac said. "The woman had on this shirt that was a bunch of horses running. Just like my dream. I was staring at it. I just stood there and stared, not realizing where I was looking. And then she walked out before I could really explain."
Weird, Jill said.
"But that's not all. I thought I would never see her again, and the very next day I ran into her at Ryan's graduation."
What was she doing at Ryan's graduation?
"She wasn't there for Ryan. She was there to see her friend. The dance girl. I can't remember what she said her name was."
The girl didn't tell you even her first name?
"No, her name is Ari. I don't know the friend's name."
But you talked to her at the graduation?
"I did. We had a good conversation."
Were you able to explain about the shirt, or did she not even ask you about it?
"No, it was the first thing I brought up. I told her about the dream and apologized and everything, and the next day she came by the restaurant and left me the shirt. She assumed I would want it."
Did you want it? Jill asked.
"Yes, I did," Isaac said. "I hate that Robert didn't ask her for her contact information, though. I know it's not his fault, but he's the one who talked to her. Like I said, I have nothing."
Why wouldn't she leave a note? Jill asked.
"She did. There was a note. She remarked about the shirt and signed her first name. It's the worst. I have no idea why she did that. I like her too, Jill. I'm starting to think that dream was less about the horses and more about the woman."
Oh my gosh, do you think you missed your soulmate? Jill asked, sinking her face into her hands theatrically.
"I don't know about all that, but I liked her. I didn't even realize how much I liked her until she was gone. I can't stand that she came up here and I missed her."
Isaac shook his head.
"I have no choice but to put it out of my mind. There's nothing I can do."
Jill rubbed her own face, making a pained expression like putting a soulmate out of one's mind was the worst thing she could ever imagine. Give me a minute or a day to think about this.
"There's no solution," Isaac said, "aside from going full stalker mode with the university dance team or whatever her friend was a part of."
No, I'm not thinking of that. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of a way I can maybe get involved. I was looking for something anyway. Isaac had gotten to know the fiction writer while she was doing research, and she was an interesting person. Isaac shook his head, smiling at her and having no idea what she was talking about. What would you think about me telling your story? I could use a dynamic side couple, and it would be perfect. She touched the sides of her head with her fingertips, and made an intense face like she was conceiving the whole thing. I'm getting a plan. We could do a book within a book. I could tell your story from the perspective of a writer who's going into the restaurant looking for inspiration. Oh my gosh, this is what I need to tie together this ending.
I don't know specifically what you're asking, but I think I'm fine with it,
Isaac said. Yeah, thank you. And I'll figure it all out, Jill said, nodding and smiling. I'll have to fabricate an ending that hasn't happened, but there's a slim chance if we keep all of your beginning details the same, about the shirt and the graduation and everything, there's a slim chance that we can reach her.
In this book? You just told me your book was finished.
Yes, this book needs it. I've got to rethink a few things, but this is going to be fun. I'm going to write about this whole situation, me writing the book and everything. I'll make her read the book from wherever she is. I'll probably set her in Chicago or Buffalo, I'm not sure.
Jill, I am so lost right now,
Isaac said.
Are you writing part of your book where a waiter meets a girl in the whole horse shirt and everything, and then he tells the writer who publishes a book that leads the girl back to the restaurant?
Yes! Isn't it amazing? It's going to be wonderful.
It's crazy. It's trippy. I guess you know what you're doing.
I do.
What if she actually reads it?
We could only hope she does. Isaac shrugged.
I honestly have no idea how you would sort all this out and add it to your story.
You leave that to me, she said.
Don't force anything for my sake, he said. I had already put her out of my head. I wasn't even going to mention it until Cal said something.
Cal, she said with wide, sparkling eyes. I'll have to write Cal in there. Thank you for reminding me. I have to take some notes. Isaac, I love this idea. I seriously think I can make it work.
Fitting in with your book is all I'm worried about.
Do you not have hope that we're going to find her? He shrugged.
I'm just not entirely sure that she wants to be found. It seems like she would have left her number.
What if she is out there and she does want to be found? Would you want to find her if you knew she was interested in that?
Yeah, for sure. I'd like to talk to her. I can't shake the feeling about the dream and the shirt and everything.
Okay, we're doing this. I'm going to need to email you to ask some questions, she said, seeing him walk over to another customer. He gave Jill a nod, agreeing to answer her questions. Does Isaac usually have girlfriends? Jill asked. It was a waitress who was walking by, and she stopped, shaking her head. He goes out with women all the time, one date here and there, never more than a date or two. A few have made it a little longer, but no, he's usually single. Why? Are you trying to fix him up with somebody? People try all the time. No, I was just wondering. Isaac, one more question before I go, Jill said a few minutes later when Isaac came back to her area.
Sure,
he said. First of all, here's my email. That goes directly to me. If you don't mind, just send me a quick email so I have a way to get in touch with you. I need to get going on it, so I'll probably have some questions for you by tonight. She leaned in closer to him. But here's the real deal. Here's the question of the day, Isaac.
Oh, man, this sounds deep.
Jill leveled him with a stare. What if I get her here? What if I write this whole thing and I actually get this girl, Ari, to come to Seattle? What then? Will you actually want to date her? Your staff said you only date women for a day or two.
Who said that?
Cindy.
Cindy?
He said, furrowing his eyebrows playfully. She didn't just come out and offer the information. I asked her who all you date. I thought about it, and I don't want to go making any sort of promises to a girl in a book. What if she comes here expecting you to want some kind of relationship with her? Isaac thought about that for a few seconds. He searched his heart. He took a deep breath and started to say something, but then stopped himself. What? Jill said.
You know, honestly, Jill, I'm excited for you if you like the story for your book and you want to do it. But I think the chances are pretty astronomical that the specific girl would read it and respond to it.
Gee, thanks, Jill said.
No, I know it's a good idea and you sell a lot of books. I'm not saying that.
What if she comes here? Jill asked bluntly. What if I write it and she comes here? Would you want that? Do you even want a girlfriend?
I don't know how to answer that because I didn't expect to be having this conversation. I really regret letting her get away, if that means anything,"
he added with a shrug. Isaac didn't think Jill's plan would work, but he was fine with his story being a part of her romance novel, if she wanted it that way. Chapter 4. Ari Marino. The following November. "You're managing the largest dance studio in Atlanta," my mom said. "There's going to be some drama."
"I'm used to drama, but disciplinary actions like these are really rare," I said.
"We had to kick her out. She's never allowed to come to the studio again." I was on the phone talking with my mom on my way to work, sharing some of my stresses with her. "How old is she?" Mom asked. 16. 16? I thought you were going to say 4 or 5. She's 16 and you had to kick her out for fighting?
Yes. She was a nightmare, honestly. I hate to put it like that, but it's true. It was bad from the beginning with her attitude. We really struggled with her, but the last straw was this fight. It got physical.
Who had to be the one to talk to her parents?
Me. I did the talking, but Miss Kathy was right there.
Did the other girl get kicked out?
Mom asked. No. Everyone who was there said it was only Violet's fault.
And what did they do? Just cussed you out and left?
Basically. It was just her mom. The dad wasn't there, but yes, she did a lot of cussing. I see where Violet gets it.
I hate that you had to do that. I wish Ms. Kathy would have stepped in, or that her husband would have been there, or her son.
I know, but that lady surprised us. I'd called her earlier that morning to try to schedule something, and she just dropped in. I'm lucky Ms. Kathy happened to be there.
How's it going with Eddie?
Mom asked. It's good. We're taking it slow because we don't know how Kathy would feel if he asked me out.
Isn't that offensive?
Mom asked, taking up for me. No, she loves me and wouldn't want something with me and Eddie to make her lose me at the studio. She would have mixed emotions about me dating Eddie. We're not even officially dating, as far as she's concerned.
Are you officially dating as far as you're concerned?
I don't know. I think maybe so. I like getting to know him.
When did he move back?
In August. And you just started talking? It's been a few weeks, but we're going really slow with Ms. Kathy and stuff. Why so many questions about Eddie?
Because I was wondering about Thanksgiving. Do you think he'll be coming down here with you?
Oh, Mom, no. We're not there yet.
The other night you were all excited about going out with him.
I was, and we had fun, but that doesn't mean he's coming to Savannah with me for Thanksgiving. Ms. Kathy would definitely know.
I still don't get it why you don't just tell her. You love her. You love the studio. I think she'd be happy for you to date her son.
She does love me, and that's the point. Several times I've heard her notice when girls check out Eddie. She sounds so disapproving when they do it. I know she doesn't want him dating her employees.
Well, I hate to break it to her, but if he's right for you, it doesn't matter.
I know. I'll figure it out, Mom.
I just don't want you getting hurt. I don't want him to take advantage of you and then say he can't make it official because of his mom.
It's not like that. If anything, Eddie wants to tell her, and I'm being cautious.
I don't want you to get hurt. I'm not, I promise.
I was just going to check in. I'm pulling up at the studio, so I'm going to let you go.
Okay, love you. I'll talk to you soon.
I told my mom goodbye and hung up the phone as I pulled into a parking spot at the studio. It took about 10 minutes for me to get inside and go through my morning ritual where I open things up and turn things on. I was in the middle of that routine when I got another call on my cell phone. I had just talked to my mom on it, but was used to listening for the office phone while I was at work. I rarely got calls on my cell phone, so the ringtone sounded foreign. I had to search for it in my bag. As I picked it up, I saw that it was my friend Sabrina from Seattle.
"Hello?"
I said, putting the phone to my ear.
"Hey, are you awake?"
"Yeah, I'm just getting to work. Are you awake?"
"Barely. I just set an alarm to call you."
Her voice was so groggy that I had to listen closely to make out what she was saying. "Are you okay?" I asked.
Yes, I was just up till 2 last night finishing that book, and it was like 5 your time, and I didn't want to call you in the middle of the night. So I got a few hours of sleep and set my alarm.
What are you talking about? I asked, since she was mumbling.
There's a book, Ari. It's a popular book. My old roommate, Willow, has this friend who read it, and she called Willow because she thought that story about your horse shirt and the restaurant on the corner sounded familiar. Willow sent me a message about it, but she didn't read the book, so she didn't know what was going on. Plus, I was busy when I read the text. She gave me the name of the book, but I didn't do anything about it for like a week. And then I remembered that conversation and I went back to that text. And oh my gosh, Ari, it was too late by the time I made it to the part with you in it, so I couldn't call last night. But oh my gosh, you're in a book. Do you know that already? Do you live in Seattle now? I'm gathering about 50% of what you're saying, but I'm having trouble understanding what happened, Serena. Can you please slow down and explain it? Hey, Lauren. What? I was talking to one of the instructors. Go ahead. What happened with the book? She sighed. I'm tired. I stayed up late and my alarm just went off. But Willow told me about this book where the character has the same shirt situation as you. Only they find each other and fall in love and stuff. Somebody must have seen your interaction that day at the restaurant, though, because it's exactly what happened to you. She wrote this whole ending. The girl in the book ran into him the next day at a graduation. Can you believe it? You were at my graduation that day. Yeah, Sabrina, I ran into... What? Are you saying you read this book? Yes, I downloaded it and read it last night. Willow's friend read it. She was telling me about it last week, but I didn't understand. Ari, it's unbelievable. That woman, the writer, must have been at the restaurant and overheard you guys. It's a whole bit, with the horse t-shirt and everything. It's all in the book where he's just staring at the front of your shirt like you and Willow said. I did run into him the next day at the graduation, and I did take the shirt by the restaurant. You are messing with me. Did you leave it with a big dude? A cook named Robert? I don't know what that guy's name was. It was probably Robert. You're freaking me out right now, Sabrina. I was freaking myself out, and that was before I even knew you saw him at graduation or went by the restaurant. Are you marrying that waiter? He owns that restaurant, you know. Marrying him? What? No. Okay, well, not everything happened the same as the book then. In the book, Ari reads the book and finds out that Isaac is looking for her. My heart was pounding. All of this seemed like a big deal. I took a deep breath. Okay, Sabrina, so what you're telling me is that there is a book, a fiction book, and in this book, they tell the story of a woman named Ari and a guy named Isaac meeting at the restaurant and then at your graduation? Yes, exactly, but in the book, he can't find you because you don't leave your last name on the stinking note, Ari. So the woman in the book writes a book to try to get you to come back to Seattle. Wait, so there's a book within that book? Yeah. And in this book, I came back. I am so confused. Yes, you came back to Seattle. You read the book, and you knew he was looking for you, so you went back. And you live in Chicago. Chicago? I asked. Chicago. Why Chicago? I was wondering the same thing. Did you say her name was Ari? Yes, and the guy's name is Isaac. That's his name in real life. I know because I ran into him at graduation and we had a whole conversation. Why didn't you tell me? I don't know. You were telling me about that guy you were talking to and we got off of the subject. You had a lot going on that day, so I dropped the t-shirt off at the restaurant on my way out of town. Oh my gosh, I did not know all that happened. Well, he must have thought you had some big connection because your whole story is in that book. And it all ends with you going back over there and falling in love with him. I'm still so confused, Sabrina. I guess I can get this book and it will explain it.
Yes, you should definitely get the book. You're the one who lived through the experience. You can tell me if it's what happened, but I know it is. I know it's you. It's your name and everything. Okay, I'm trying to keep up. Just tell me the name of the book. It's Jill Phillips. I'm looking at it right now on my Kindle. The Cafe on the Corner. That's the name of it. It was released a couple of months ago. It's got several love stories, and yours is a little later, but I can't believe it's your exact story. It's crazy. I thought next I was going to find out that you were an ad executive and already married this guy. I laughed nervously. An ad executive? I said, focusing on the most nonsensical part of what she said. No, I'm in Atlanta and I'm dating someone else. Who are you dating? A guy. I'll tell you about it later since I'm at work. I spoke quietly and glanced over my shoulder even though I knew there were only 2 of us in the building at the moment. Sabrina breathed a sigh. I hadn't talked to you since graduation. I thought all of that happened like in the book, and I would find you in Seattle and married to that guy. No, and that is seriously crazy. I don't have a Kindle. I use my phone or buy paperbacks. But oh my gosh, I'm looking at that book on the computer. It's a picture of a skyline on the cover. I know. It's Seattle. Read the book right now, Ari. Your characters don't come in until later, like chapter 14 or 15. Okay. I'm going to download it on my phone. Chapter 5. Isaac and Ari. The one that almost got away. Isaac was the golden boy of the family. He was the face of his family's successful Seattle restaurant. He was the heartbeat of the operation, and he set the tone there. Isaac was a man's man with the face of an angel. He was the most handsome man Ari had ever seen. She wanted him, and she didn't even know his name. She watched him tighten the screws on the front door, staring at his tight jeans and wondering what a guy like Isaac was doing working in a place like this. He could have been a male model, for crying out loud. I put down my phone after reading 1 paragraph of the 14th chapter. I held it to my chest while fanning myself with my free hand. What in the world was going on? I had watched Isaac tighten the screws on the door, and I had thought that he was handsome. It might have even crossed my mind to wonder what a guy like him was doing working there. I grabbed the front of my shirt and picked it up a few times to create a flow of air on my chest. This book was about me, and I was reeling from it. I was basically alone in the dance studio, and I looked all around to make sure no one was coming before continuing to read. My heart was hammering as I found the place on the page. Isaac turned, and Ari hoped he would talk to her, but he had other plans. His eyes roamed to her chest, and they stayed there, fixed the glue to one concentrated area. To Ari's chagrin, Isaac just stood there and stared at her chest. Ari misunderstood him in that moment. She had no idea about the visions Isaac was experiencing. Isaac had spent a restless night dreaming, and it was too much when his dream was literally brought to life on this customer's shirt. He had no idea who this woman was, and she stood in front of him like some otherworldly messenger. Isaac stared at the running horses on her t-shirt, unable to rip his eyes away. It was exactly like the dream he had the night before, and he gawked at it for what must have been a long time. Ari did what any girl would do. She reached up and slapped him across the face. It was a hard one, and it was the wake-up call Isaac needed. Isaac was a true gentleman. He had never been slapped before, but Ari had to do it in that moment. She had no other choice but to get him to snap out of it. I put the phone down again. I had not slapped Isaac. What was this romance novel version of what happened? Maybe the story wasn't about us after all. But it was, and I could not stop the wave of excited butterflies I felt from reading it. I knew it was talking about me, and I felt drawn to the whole situation, drawn to the memory of Isaac. I continued reading. "What did you do that for?" Isaac asked, touching his cheek where she slapped him.
But before he knew what was happening, the woman's friend called Isaac a pervert and drug her from the restaurant. He wanted to apologize, but he didn't have the chance. Isaac assumed he would never see her again, so you can imagine his shock when he noticed her at his brother's graduation ceremony the following day. Ari had on a dress instead of that horse shirt, and Isaac was able to look at her gorgeous face for the first time. She had dark hair and eyes, and he liked her instantly. They introduced themselves, but only by their first names. The conversation flowed easily. She was friendly and held no grudges for his behavior the day before. She seemed to know he was telling the truth when he explained the dream. She might very well have been the girl of his dreams, and her first impression of him could not have been worse. Isaac had never made this bad of an impression on a woman. He was normally a confident, outgoing guy who had it all together, but his heart was pounding the entire time they spoke. They made small talk as they stood on the expansive sidewalk at Husky Stadium. And during that brief period of time, Isaac finally got his apology off his chest. The two of them were talking for almost no time at all, and then suddenly, just like she was Cinderella and it was midnight, Ari ran off, smiling at Isaac and saying goodbye forever. Finding out that she came into the restaurant the following day and that he missed her was devastating enough. But the nail in the coffin was that Ari left a note and she only signed her first name. It was a handwritten note on one of the restaurant tickets. Isaac had a handwritten note and a shirt that smelled like her, but that would not be enough to find her. He knew that her friend was a dancer at the university, but he didn't remember the girl's name and he had no other ideas for finding Ari. He thought they connected that day out there on the sidewalk, but she must have seen it differently. He thought she would have left him a way to get in touch with her when she left the shirt, but she hadn't. Maybe she had a boyfriend, he told himself. I dropped the phone again when I read that. I did have a boyfriend, Eddie. Eddie was my boyfriend. I needed to get my mind on Eddie. How could I, though, when this story was making me want to drop everything and go to Seattle? I was absolutely rattling with adrenaline and excitement. I was shaking. I picked up the phone to read some more. I don't even know if it's about me, I mumbled, even though that was untrue. I looked at the screen again. Isaac was doing his best to forget about Ari. It was an odd chain of events, and he chalked her up as the one that got away. The T-shirt incident, however, was brought up one day when Margaret Winterbottom, best-selling romance author and habitual eavesdropper, happened to be in the restaurant doing research for a novel. She sat next to Sherman and Linda, who were at the restaurant, enjoying a cup of coffee at the counter. Margaret overheard a piece of a conversation where Sherman asked about Isaac and the mystery horse shirt. Margaret's curiosity was piqued, and she interviewed him that very same day. It was a story of lost love, and she felt like if she wrote his story in a book, there was a chance the real girl would come back to Isaac. I quickly put the phone down again when I heard someone come into the room. Hey, Miss Kathy, I didn't know you were coming in this morning. Yeah, Are you okay, Ari? You look kind of pale? Me? No, I cleared my throat. I was thinking about the stuff with Violet's mom yesterday. I swallowed hard, and Kathy turned and let out a long sigh as she hung up her jacket. She went on talking about Violet's family and the discipline issues, and I just nodded and agreed and half listened to her. I think I need to actually go use the restroom, I said, standing up a minute later. Yeah, you look kind of pale, Kathy said. I made sure to take my phone. I saw proof of just how pale I was when I went into the restroom. I stared at myself in the mirror for a few seconds before going into a stall. I stood with my back to the door. Information about the book was in the history of the desktop computer, but I didn't care if Kathy saw that. I had to leave the office. I had to see what happened in the story. I stared at my phone again. Weeks passed, and Isaac had no idea what Margaret Winterbottom had planned with the novel. She crafted it with intrigue, mystery, and suspense. She wrote about the shirt and how the couple met twice in so many days. She wrote her characters with the same beginnings of their relationship. Her plan was to draw Ari back to Seattle, back to Isaac. I put the phone down again, breathing heavily. What was happening to me? This was a book within a book, and it was hard to keep up. It was my real life, and then there were so many books and so much fiction mixed into it that my head was spinning. I couldn't keep anything straight. I blinked, staring at the screen. My vision was now blurry with tears. My eyes stung with how surreal and personal this all was. It was the most dreamlike thing that had ever happened to me. And as icing on the cake, I was standing in a restroom stall. I looked at the words on the screen again. Margaret's book was released to rave reviews. It made the New York Times bestseller list for 5 consecutive weeks, and there was still no sign of Ari. Margaret had even gone so far as to put a photograph of Isaac on the cover of her book. And still nothing. Ari had seen the book at newsstands out of the corner of her eyes, but she wasn't looking for it and didn't notice Isaac. She didn't see it until 6 weeks later when a copy of it was sitting on her assistant's desk. "What's this?" she asked. "Oh, it's a romance novel." "Who's that?" she asked. She stared at the cover, getting lost in Isaac's piercing green eyes. She knew instantly that it was the man from the restaurant in Seattle. "Who's this guy?" "I've met this guy," she said. "Oh, his name is Isaac Alexander." "Ari?" Kathy asked, coming into the ladies' restroom and startling me. I needed to know what Ari and the book did next. I was hanging onto every word. I was so into the book that I gasped and choked at the sound of Kathy's voice. I could not respond other than to cough. "Are you okay?" she asked over my coughing. "Yes," I squeaked out. It took me 5 or 6 more coughs to clear my throat. "I'm fine," I added as soon as I could. "I choked on spit." "What's up?" "Eddie's here. He asked if you were here, but he's only got a minute before he has to leave for work. I didn't know if you were feeling okay." She trailed off. "Yeah, I'm coming," I said. Chapter 6. It was noon when I finally got the chance to read the remainder of Chapter 14. The following chapter switched to a different storyline, and I didn't have time to filter through it, so I had to wait until later to find out how things ended with the fictional Ari and Isaac. Eddie came by the studio that morning, which was odd since we weren't really a thing as far as his mom was concerned. He pretended to be bringing me a flyer for his friend's art exhibit and asked if I could go with him to his car to get it. I definitely felt like I had been caught when he came by. Did that mean I had feelings for the stranger in Seattle? I was torn and confused. My perception of reality was altered all day. After Eddie left, it was busy at the studio. I had to step in to sub for 3 classes when a key teacher called in sick. There was no time in my day. I waited to go through the rest of the book that afternoon when I got home. I read for an hour or so, scanning and finding only the parts that pertained to Isaac and me, and then I immediately called Sabrina. I didn't necessarily want to unload on her, but I had to call someone or I might have exploded. "Did you read it?" was the first thing Sabrina asked when I called her. "I've been waiting for you to call. I didn't want you to be like me and put it off." "What in the world, Sabrina? Did you read it?" "Yes, it was. I went to see him earlier today." "What?" I said. I had been talking when she spoke, so we talked over each other. "What?" I repeated, hearing a piece of her sentence. "I went to that restaurant today. I saw that guy Isaac." Goodness. He's exactly like the guy in the book. He's got these gorgeous green eyes. I sat at the bar, and he took my order, and my heart was pounding the whole time. I could not believe this was the guy who stared at you. "I can't believe you're Ari in the book. Are you sure you don't live in Chicago?" I laughed. "Do I? I don't know. I might," I said. "Really?" "No. I live in Atlanta, and I'm not an ad executive." He had to know I didn't have a job like that. I told him I danced, and I had on an Adidas sweatshirt when we met. CEOs wear sweatshirts. I laughed. If a hotshot executive is what he's expecting, then he got the wrong impression, and the girl in the book's last name is Wright. Her last name is Wright because they didn't know your last name. And you're a rock star, Ari. The fact that you're not a CEO doesn't mean anything. Are you saying you can't be with him because of that? I'm not saying I would be with him anyway. It's just a book. Yeah, and Isaac doesn't need you to make a bunch of money. He has other stuff going on, investments and stuff. He doesn't have to be at that restaurant. That's what the book said. It's a family business, a passion. I bet he's rich. That's what I'm saying. The author also implied that I was rich. Either way, he's hot in real life, Ari. I can't believe that's the guy Willow was so mad about that day. He's such a cool guy. I sat there and watched him talk to about 80 people like he was the mayor of Seattle or something. He told me he liked my dimples. Isn't that nice? I am physically shaking right now that you went to that restaurant. Did you tell him who you were? Did you talk about me? No way. I hadn't talked to you. I didn't know how you felt about the book. What do you mean? Well, one, you have a boyfriend. You told me you had a boyfriend. I know. I don't know what to do. I'll tell you what to do. You leave whoever it is, and you come over here to Isaac Alexander as quickly as you can. He's like the world's coolest, hottest, most amazing dude. There's no way your current boyfriend is as good as him. Yeah, but how do I know that he'd want to see me? He wrote a whole book about you, Ari. He didn't write it. And more than half of that story was fictional. There was a part where I almost got kidnapped by a stalker ex-boyfriend. I know, I'm glad it's not an entirely true story in that case. And that was just to make it a more exciting story. They have to spice it up. My head is spinning right now. Should I feel worried about it? Is it a weird way to start a relationship that could actually last? Do you feel like it is? She asked. Because all you have to do is not talk to him. He has no idea where you really are. No, it's not like that. I'm not freaked out or anything. I was just wondering if you thought it was weird. Yes, it's weird. It's super weird. It's weird in that it doesn't happen every day. How often do you have an encounter with a stranger and then there's a book written about it? Almost never, I said dryly. Never. So in that case, yes, it's weird. But it's also gut-wrenchingly romantic, Ari. I saw that guy, and he didn't seem like a creep at all. I mean, if he's a creep, then he's a really good actor. I watched him interact with a blind lady who needed help with the menu. I will seriously try to marry that guy if you don't. What do I do? I'm not going to just call them up and say, "Hey, I'm Ari," I said. Why can't you do that? Only you know what you need to do. What's your heart telling you? Ignore it or go for it? What does go for it mean? Is Eddie going to stalk me like the book? Is that a serious question? Is your boyfriend's name Eddie? Yes and no. Eddie is his name. No, I don't think he would stalk me. But breaking up with Eddie could be bad for my job situation since he's my boss's son. I've been working there for 4 years. How have you been there for 4 years, and you're just now dating the boss's son? He's been away. He used to live in Nashville. I met him years ago, but we didn't see much of each other. He just got back to Atlanta this summer. Do you love him? No. That was quick, she said. Well, it's true. We're not that far along. Does this book make you want to break up with him? Yes, but I'm not going to. You're not? No, not until I decide what I'm doing about Isaac. Okay, well, I told Willow not to mention it to anybody. I know she hasn't because it was her friend who read it. And I'm not going to say anything. So really the ball's in your court. If you don't go to him, he'll never know who you really are. Okay, I said, knowing the decision was mine to make. So what are you going to do? Sabrina asked. I laughed. I don't know. My head is spinning. At this point, I don't know who really exists, Jill Phillips or Margaret Winterbottom. The first one, but it doesn't matter. That's not the point. It's Isaac. He really exists. I'm dating my boss's son, I said. So? So I'll be quitting my job to break up with him, basically. Are you two that serious? No. Then there's no harm in calling Isaac and feeling it out. You don't have to make any promises or even go out with him. Way I see it, you don't have to go breaking up with your boyfriend quite yet. Shouldn't I break up with him anyway? Isn't this a sign that I'm disinterested? Are you disinterested in your boyfriend now? I haven't thought about him at all today, if that's what you mean. I wasn't even thinking about him when he came by and talked to me at the studio. My mind was on this book the whole time. Oof. Yeah, I said. What are you going to do? She asked. I have no idea. I knew what I was going to do, and I did it as soon as I got off the phone with Sabrina. I did the thing I had been doing since I was a kid. It was something I made up back then, and now I still did it. I wrote my prayers on a piece of paper. I was mature for my age when I was a small child, and I told myself to write my prayers in words, since I always got so distracted when I tried to pray. I had always secretly hoped that one day I'd wake up and look at the sheet of paper to have God's own handwriting inside. I wasn't ever disappointed when it didn't happen, but I had also learned that God was fully capable of surprises. I wholeheartedly believed that I could open it to find a literal answer inside one day. I hadn't written one of these prayers in a year or two, but I sat down with a piece of paper and a pencil. Dear God, please help me know what to do. I want to contact Isaac, but I don't know if I should. Is it right to contact him? I skipped some space in case God wanted to respond. I don't know what to do about Eddie and Isaac. That's the main thing on my mind right now. I know you already know that. I would love to know your will in all this. It's important since my job is wrapped up in it. Even if you don't answer this note, please help me to know the right answer. Thank you for my life, which is so blessed. Amen. I wanted to write more, but I had been writing in large handwriting and I ran out of room on the paper. I folded the piece of paper on my bedside like I did every time I wrote one. I had forgotten how therapeutic it was to write down my prayers. It helped simplify things in my mind. I felt overwhelmed by the book, the story, and the way all of this happened, but the question was simple. Should I contact Isaac, and if so, does that mean that I should automatically break up with Eddie? What if things didn't work out with Isaac and me? That was a real possibility. I opened and read my prayer again, just to make sure I worded everything right, just in case God chose to respond on the paper. I didn't sleep well that night. I was up at 3 and 5, but I didn't let myself check the paper because it was still dark out. I woke up again when the sun was out, and opening the paper was the first thing I did. Nothing. There was no answer. All I saw was my own handwriting. I blinked and scanned the note again just in case, but it was only my own words. I was disappointed. I not only wanted it to have words, I wanted those words to be, "Go to Seattle and be with a stranger named Isaac." Chapter 7. I had to work again the following day. It was a busy time of year at the studio since we were in full swing preparing for a winter recital. The same teacher was still under the weather and called in sick again. I found help for one of her classes, but I would have to cover 2 of them. We were stretched too thin with our teachers, and the next step would be to call in Kathy herself, which I didn't want to do. I knew I wouldn't get off until 6 p.m., so I wanted to find time during my day to compose a short email to the restaurant in Seattle. I didn't hear from God on the paper, but I felt compelled to contact Isaac and let him know I read the book. I thought of myself on my 100th birthday, and I knew I would regret not sending something to him in this moment. I didn't even want to think about what that meant for me and Eddie. I drove to a park on my lunch break and sat in my car while I composed an email. From amarino@moogle.com to customer service @jimmysonsecond.com. Subject: Hello, I'm Ari. Hello, I was wondering if there was a way to get in touch with Isaac Alexander through email. Thank you so much for your time. Ari Marino. I hit send before I could overthink it. I had signed my last name, but the email was vague, and I used one of my generic email accounts and not the one from work. I checked my phone every 30 seconds for the rest of my lunch break, but I had chores to do at work, and I put down my phone when I got back. Being the manager of Studio Revolution Atlanta was an all-consuming job, and I was good at it. I was desperate to check my email. But work came first. It was later that afternoon at home when I had the chance to sit and concentrate on my phone again. I had a text from Eddie, but I didn't open it. I went straight to my email. I had a new email from Isaac Alexander, and my heart leapt in my chest. My stomach felt like I was on a roller coaster. I realized that he had sent me a new email instead of responding to the one I previously sent. It was from a different email address. From Isaac at jimmysonsecond.com to amarino@moogle.com. R.E. Hello. This is the correct email address for me, Isaac. I checked the customer service address, but this is my private account. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Isaac. Isaac signed off with his name only. The bottom of the email had the telephone number and address of the restaurant, along with Isaac's cell phone number. I thought about throwing caution to the wind and texting him, but I sent another email instead. From amarino@moogle.com to Isaac@jimmysonsecond.com. R.E. Hello back. I did have a few questions. I seemed to be involved in a part of a book, but I think there might be someone else involved who lives in Chicago, because I do not work in advertising, and I don't live in Illinois. A few other things, however, looked very familiar to me in the book called Cafe on the Corner by Jill Phillips. I was wondering if you knew anything about that. Regards, Ari. I checked my phone continually since I was home, and I heard back within 10 minutes. From Isaac@jimmysonsecond.com to amarino@moogle.com. Ari, hello back. Ari, wow, is it really you? Did you read the book? I'm sorry if it was all more dramatic than the story was in real life. Jill heard me telling someone about your shirt, and she took the story and ran with it. I'd love to talk to you. Can you take a phone call sometime? If so, please call my cell phone. If not, we can continue to email, but a phone call would be amazing. Thanks, Isaac. I stared at the screen, blinking dazedly before reading the email again. Could I call Isaac? Should I call Isaac? Calling was 100 times more intimate than email. Maybe I should text. But even as I had that thought, I was touching the phone number on the email since I knew it would link to the phone and make the call. I pressed another button, and I put the phone to my ear as the call connected. Ari? My name was the first thing he said, and I curled up at the sound of his voice. I remembered what he looked like. At least I thought I did. Yes, I said, trying to seem like everything was totally normal. It's Isaac from Seattle. Yeah. You're the Ari with the horse shirt? Yes, I am. You're really her. I can feel it. Have other Aris called you? I asked. Yes. Really? A couple of fakes. I think it got out that it was a partially true story. I hope you're not upset. I didn't want you to read it and think I was some kind of stalker or anything, especially after the way we met. And then the book had the bit about the stalking boyfriend and everything. Jill wrote all that. No, I actually... It was exciting. That bit where you fought the guy? Yeah, I thought I was pretty tough in that part. We both laughed. I was really handsome and tough and everything, but it was so cheesy. I'd never say half of that stuff Isaac said. Well, me neither. And I'm definitely not in advertising. How about the boyfriend? Oh. I was so caught off guard that I made an intelligible sound. Huh? What did you say? I asked, buying myself time.
Do you have a jealous boyfriend?
He asked. Oh, I trailed off awkwardly.
No, I don't mean to put you on the spot,
Isaac said.
I'm glad you called.
I can't believe other girls called you.
Not a lot, and they were just joking or desperate. Obviously, I would know what you look like.
Yeah, but I could be lying about who I am right now.
Are you?
He asked. No.
I don't think you are either,
he said. I'm not. The cook, the one who I left the shirt with, his name is Robert, and he's got a little girl named Alicia.
Anybody could know that,
Isaac said.
But I still believe you. I can't believe you live in Savannah, Georgia. That's 1,000,000 miles away.
I grew up in Savannah. How did you know? Oh, the caller ID?
Yeah.
I'm in Atlanta now.
That's still 1,000,000 miles away.
Maybe only like 600,000, I said. I just read the book last night, I added. He paused for a long enough time that I didn't know what he was going to say.
What do you think about it?
He asked.
Jill heard Cal mention something about the shirt, and she started asking questions. She thought it was an interesting way for us to meet. I hope you weren't embarrassed. I figured no one would really know about it unless you told them.
No, yeah, I wasn't embarrassed, I said. My friend was the one who read the book. She called and told me about it. She didn't even know I ran into you at graduation.
And she still recognized the story?
He asked. I let out a little laugh. Yes, she did. She said she thought she might find me living in Seattle.
I wish,
Isaac said, to which I let out a nervous laugh. Are you really part owner of that restaurant? I asked, changing the subject and thinking about Isaac's character in the book.
I am,
he said.
All of that personal stuff about me was true, except that I played college basketball. That was my cousin.
I thought it was your brother, and it was soccer.
Good memory. I do have a brother that played soccer, but the basketball thing was my cousin. JD talked me up like I was some amazing player who just didn't go to college and live that out. So she wrote my character as JD for that part.
Do you have any regrets? I said.
Everyone does. But no, not about working at the restaurant. I like my life, how it is. I'm just telling you that part of the book isn't true.
Well, almost none of it is true for me, I said.
What are the actual chances that you would ever come back to Seattle?
He asked. His point-blank question had me taken aback. You mean to visit? I asked.
Yeah, I mean to visit, or whatever.
What's whatever?
I don't know. Visit. Come to visit. Do you think you would ever do that?
Yeah, I think the chances are pretty good that I'll come back to Seattle sometime. I've been several times and I really like it. I met interesting people the last time I was there.
I met interesting people the last time you came to Seattle too,
he said. You meet interesting people every day, I said. I know because I had a spy infiltrate your establishment today, and she said you were like the mayor of Seattle.
Did you have someone spy on me?
He asked, sounding hopeful.
Please tell me you did. That'll make us so much more even on the creep scale. I really need some normal points here.
I laughed. My friend did go in there today. I didn't tell her to go. She just wanted to see you. She's the one who read the book and called me. She wasn't with me in the diner, but she heard the story that day and was curious about you after she read the book.
The mayor really did come in for lunch today. Was she talking about him, maybe?
I laughed. Did the mayor really come in?
Yes.
No, she was talking about you.
Ari?
Yes?
My grandma has called twice while we've been on the phone. I forgot we were supposed to discuss some stuff about a menu change.
Oh, I'm sorry, I said. Is it Rita? I asked, since I had read a lot about his grandma in the book. The love stories were mostly set in the restaurant, and she had been the backbone of the operation for years until Isaac filled her shoes.
Yes, I call her Birdie.
I like that name, I said. And by all means, let me let you go so you can call her back. I just wanted to touch base with you and tell you I read the...
Am I going to be able to call you back?
He asked. What? Yeah, sure. But you don't need to.
That's what I'm afraid of, he said. If we get off the phone right now, are you going to be okay with me calling you back? I need about 15 minutes to talk to my grandma while I drive to the gym, and then I have a quick game of basketball planned with a few guys. If I can call you back in like an hour or two, that would be amazing.
Yeah, sure. But you don't have to. I was just contacting you to let you know I read the book.
So, do you not want me to call you back? Because I won't do it if you...
Or, you can call me back if you want, after basketball.
Thank you. I will, he said.
Okay. Chapter 8. Maybe it would be cooler of me to say that I forgot about Isaac calling me back. But the truth was that I waited on pins and needles after that first hour had passed. I knew I wouldn't call him back if he didn't call me. It was all up to this. Either he would call me back, or we wouldn't talk again. It was 8 p.m. my time, and I was catching up on some cleaning around my apartment when it finally happened. He called me back. I had music playing on my phone, and I ran over to it and picked it up when I heard the phone ringing. I hadn't made a contact for him, but I recognized the number. "Hello?" I said, feeling way too excited for someone who had a boyfriend. This meant I needed to break up with Eddie. I was pretty sure I would have to do that. I would need to think of a way to do it and still keep my job. But there was no time to think. I was on the phone with Isaac from Seattle.
Hey, Ari. Is it a good time?
Yeah, I was just wiping the inside of my fridge, I said honestly.
I was just icing my hamstring, he said. So, I guess we were both doing cold things.
I laughed. When I was a little girl, we would go to Virginia every year during the winter to see my mom's family, and I would always love to play in the snow. All of my cousins, even the ones who lived there and were used to the snow, all went inside before me. My mom used to tell me I could live in Alaska and be happy.
Does that mean you spend more time than normal cleaning your fridge?
Isaac asked, making me laugh again. No, I clean it the normal amount, I think. It's probably been about once a year since I did it.
Ugh,
he said, making a noise like that was disgusting. I knew he was joking by the way he said it, but I still defended myself. What? It's not like I go around spilling everything in there. It's clean. It never gets dirty.
How clean would you say you keep your apartment? 1 to 10, he said.
Are you interviewing me?
What would I be interviewing you for?
For the job of advertising tycoon? Isaac laughed. I'm just joking. I'm a 6 or 7 with cleaning. I don't like gross stuff like crusty food or stinky laundry, but if you went into my apartment, you would probably find a few articles of clothing spread on the foot of my bed or on backs of chairs. I don't like gross clutter, but 6 or 7, I would say.
I was only asking because I was trying to picture it. All I think of in Atlanta is a peach farm or the Braves, the baseball team.
I just have a regular apartment in a big city, I said. I don't live on a farm or at a ballpark. It's north of downtown Atlanta, but it's still just city. And my apartment is nothing fancy. I'll take a picture while I'm sitting here and text it to you. Hold on. I feel like I know you so well, just from the book, I added. My character was completely made up, but I feel like yours was actually you.
It is pretty close to me, he said. Of course, she made me witty and charming all the time. She never had me sitting on my couch watching TV with an ice pack tied to the back of my thigh.
Is that how you are sitting right now? I had Isaac on speakerphone while I took a picture of my apartment and texted it to him. I was looking at my screen when a text came through from Isaac's phone. I opened it and smiled when I saw a picture of Isaac's lap and couch and feet. He was not trying to show off, but I could not help but notice his thigh. I told myself to stop looking. Is your leg going to be okay?
Yeah, it's just tight. I'm okay. Oh, I see your place. That's nice. You're more like an 8 or 9. There's a bunch of papers spread out on my table, and I didn't get that in the picture.
Oh, one of your place, I said when I saw a second photo come in. I love it. That's so nice.
My mom and sister decorated it for me. My sister goes to flea markets and estate sales all the time. She's got a good eye for vintage stuff. She's been buying old stuff since we were kids. She loves the thrill of the hunt, and every time we went on vacation, she would spend half of her time thrift shopping. She started by collecting, and then it got to be too much and had to start selling it. She's got a big storefront now, in the building next door to the restaurant.
I might have noticed that place. Is it just you 3? You, your sister, and your brother?
Yeah, I'm the middle child. How about you?
There's 5 of us. I'm the youngest.
Wow.
Yeah, my mom is into art. I have 2 sisters who both do theater and a brother in a rock band.
Oh, really? Are they popular?
No, I said, laughing and thinking of the last time I went to see my brother play music in Savannah in this little dive. There were about 30 people at the last concert, and we all knew Nick.
I assume Nick is your brother.
Yes, one of them. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters.
And you're the youngest.
Uh-huh. My mom regretted not pushing my sisters more, and she pushed me to dance. I was really into it when I was a kid.
How into it? Competitions? I think my cousin's kid does that.
Oh, yeah. Well, it started with that. I was serious about it, though. I was on a TV show for a little while.
A TV show? Are you kidding? That's huge.
I could hear the smile in Isaac's voice, and I closed my eyes, imagining it. I could not help but smile, and I was glad he couldn't see me. I felt happy. It wasn't a big deal. It was a reality show, and it only ran for 2 seasons.
What was it called?
Dance Camp.
Dance Camp. On what station?
Nickelodeon.
You're joking.
No, I'm not. Why, do you know that show?
No, but still. Nickelodeon? That's a big deal.
It was a big deal at the time, I agreed. That's where I met Sabrina. She was on that show with me. Isaac and I talked about dance camp, which led us to a conversation that lasted 2 hours. Time got away from us, and it was after 10 p.m. when I looked at the clock. Hey, I should let you go, I said. I'm sure I'll have to cover for those classes again tomorrow.
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm really glad we got to talk. The book was dramatic. I didn't want you to think I was obsessed with you. Jill pumped that stuff up for the romance.
Yeah, I know. She put words into my mouth, too.
So, I'm sorry for that, he said. I knew it was a romance novel, but I didn't know it would be so romantic.
I laughed. In real life, we're icing injuries and cleaning our fridges. I just sat on the couch for the last 2 hours. I didn't even realize it had been that long.
At least we're finally being honest with each other, he said, seeing as how most of what's been said about us so far has been made up.
Yeah, I know, right? I said.
Hey, while we're being candid, do you have a boyfriend? I'm asking because I'd really like to call you back sometime, but I don't want to if...
Yes, I do. I'm talking to a guy. It's not serious, but it's tricky because his mom is my boss. I love my job, and I've worked with Ms. Kathy for years, but Eddie and I only recently started talking. I was quiet for a second, but then I continued. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say other than breaking up with my boyfriend under these circumstances seems both foolhardy and also like such a good idea.
I think it's a great idea,
Isaac said. What? Breaking up with him?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness, Isaac.
I think if you wrote God a letter, he would reply that you should leave your boyfriend.
The letter to God was on my mind, and I had told Isaac about doing that during the conversation we just had. I had not, however, told him that I had written God one regarding him, so he had no way of knowing that detail. You think? I said, smiling.
No, I don't want to pressure you into anything, Ari. That's on you, but I'll wait to call you again. I can tell you right now that I would be mad if I was him and you were talking to me. Yeah, I know, I said. I need to think about everything. I know you do. If it matters, I'm really glad you called, and I've loved talking to you. It does matter, I said, and thank you. I think you're one cool dude, Isaac Alexander. Ari, what are the... I'm sorry to ask this after I just said there was no pressure, but what are the chances, you think, that I'll talk to you again? Honestly, I have to come up for air a little bit, but I feel happy right now, Isaac. I'm happy talking to you. I'm happy too. We can leave it at that. Thanks for reaching out, Ari. It was great hearing from you. Hey, I'm really glad I did, Isaac. I was in a foggy haze when we got off of the phone. It was already getting late, and I still had to think about the whole conversation. Chapter 9. I could not get Isaac Alexander off of my mind. The book, Seattle, Eddie, and so many other things were all crowded in my brain. I thought about everything all night. I was thinking about it the next morning when I woke up, and then I was still thinking about it when I got to work. I loved my job, and I normally had no problem focusing on my work, but my world had been turned upside down. I wanted to talk about the book with everyone I saw, and I talked about it with no one. It was mid-morning when I got a call from a friend of mine. "Good morning, Danny," I said when I picked up the phone. "Morning, beautiful." "You need some dancers?" Danny was a music producer here in Atlanta, and he always knew guys who wanted to make music videos. He used other individuals and crews, but he called me for a job every now and then. "I do," he said. "I need 5, including you. It's Lil Sean, who y'all worked with last year. He wants that same 5 he worked with last time." Gretchen moved. "Well, see if she'll come home for the weekend, and if not, get somebody who looks like her. You're going to need to be available during the day, Saturday and Sunday, but it's $5,000 for the group. Do you think you want to do it?" "What weekend?" "That's the kicker. It's the weekend right after Thanksgiving." "I don't think that'll be too hard. I know I can do it. I'm going to see my parents Thursday, but I can be back. I'll get in touch with the other girls and text you back." "All right. I'll text you the address and put you in touch with the artist so you can talk about choreography. I think they're shooting up there in Buckhead by y'all." "All right. Thanks, Danny." "Thank you, Ari Boo." I used to do these kinds of gigs all the time, but I pulled back after a knee injury and had never gone back to doing it as regularly as I once did. Atlanta was a hotbed for music, and I had been in dozens of music videos. I got off of the phone with Danny, and immediately my mind went to Isaac. I wondered what he would think about it. I wanted to tell him. I had to break up with Eddie. Even if things were ultimately not meant to work out between Isaac and me, I still had to break it off with Eddie. I called him on my lunch break, and because it was the first and only thing on my mind, I said, "Eddie, we have to break up." "What? Why? Why are you saying that?" "Because, we're not even really official yet, and I just think we should, before we go telling your mom and everything, I just think I love your mom and this job, and I don't want to complicate things by us trying to have a relationship. I think we should be friends." "We already had this conversation," Eddie said. "My mom knows something's going on. She asked me about it yesterday, and she wasn't upset at all. She loves you." "Eddie, I love her too. That's what I'm saying. I think we rushed into this." "I've been trying to hit you up for like 3 years, Ari. And why are you calling me to say this? Just come over and we'll talk about this in person." "I'm working today." "Then I'll go there. Don't do this on the phone." "No, I just need to be your friend. I don't need to talk about it." Silence. "Wow," he said. "I have no idea what I did." "Nothing. That's the thing. You did nothing. This is one of those times where it's not you, it's me, is the actual truth." "That's what people say when they're cheating." His words felt like a stab to the chest. Was one phone call cheating? The extreme butterflies in my stomach were definitely cheating.
But that was why I was breaking it off. I'm not cheating, I said, because we're not committed.
Are you seeing someone else?
No.
Then there's no reason we shouldn't still give this a try. Like you said, we've been moving slow already.
I breathed a sigh. I'm confused right now, Eddie, and I don't want to be tied to any relationship. I have Thanksgiving and then a video coming up, and then we're crazy with planning and recitals. It's too much. We have to be done. I'm sorry. He hung up on me. I couldn't believe it. I was waiting for him to respond, and all I heard was a click. I sat in my car, staring straight out of my windshield with my phone still to my ear. My momentary dread was replaced with relief and happiness. Isaac. My mind went right to Isaac in Seattle, and I was happy. And then I worried that it was wrong of me to break up with one guy and move right on to thinking about the next. But I couldn't help it. My mind was already on Isaac. I thought of everything, from both of our meetings in Seattle to the book, to the long conversation we shared last night. It was the right thing to do to break up with Eddie. The question was, how long was I supposed to wait before I contacted Isaac? It wasn't that I thought there was some sort of waiting period. I knew I had fulfilled my moral obligation when I broke up with Eddie. But wasn't there some sort of unspoken rule about how long I should wait when calling Isaac back? I didn't want to seem too desperate. It would probably be a lot for him if I broke up with Eddie and called him back all in one day. I figured I should probably wait a day or two. I went through the afternoon in a hazy mood where I was a slightly preoccupied version of myself. It was Friday, and Kathy wasn't at the studio at all. Neither she nor Eddie called or texted me about personal matters, so I made my day as normal as I could. I was emotional, though. I was the one breaking up with Eddie, and it was still difficult. Hours passed, and the afternoon became evening. I had plans tomorrow night, but I was alone and bored tonight. I thought about Isaac being off work, and it took all of my willpower to refrain from calling him. Instead, I made plans to go to Seattle. I bought myself a ticket for a trip after the first of the year. I got in touch with Sabrina to make sure it was a good time for her, and she said it was. I made the reservations for a 5-day trip since there was a day of travel on each end. I had been to Seattle to see Sabrina several times, so I was comfortable with the trip, and I easily worked out my itinerary. My trip was only 2 months away, and it felt like an eternity. I did all of the planning before I ever talked to Isaac. I decided that I wouldn't tell him about it right away. If things didn't work out with us, I could always use the travel opportunity to see Sabrina or cancel the travel plans altogether. I just couldn't shake the notion that I needed to take action. I was so happy about my plane ticket that I cooked an entire dinner with items in my fridge that I would never typically use together. I might as well have been doing a cooking challenge. I cooked a big meal, and I did so much tasting as I ate that I wasn't hungry when I was finished. I wound up storing most of it in the fridge. I had a lot of cleaning to do after that. I looked at the clock afterward to find that it was only 8 p.m., and I sighed with frustration, letting my shoulders slump. It was almost impossible to refrain from calling Isaac. It was like I was counting the seconds until I let myself call him again. The wait was killing me. By 9 p.m., I could take it no longer. I was sitting on my couch staring at my phone, and my fingers just began to press the buttons to take me to Isaac's contact. I called the number, and I put it on speakerphone, holding it out, expecting him to answer, hoping he would. My heart pounded as I waited.
Hello? Ari?
Yes, hi, it's me. I'm Ari. I heard all sorts of commotion in the background. Is it a bad time?
Yes, it's that, Ari, he said to someone else. Yes, from the book. No, she's...
The next thing I heard was a struggle. I could tell someone was taking the phone from Isaac. Hello? I'm Claire, Isaac's sister. Hello, Claire. I just wanted to hear your voice and see if you really exist. I sat there for a stunned second. Hello, I said. Did it all really happen like the book said? I remember Isaac talking to you at graduation. I saw you standing over there. Most of it, up until the part where I left the shirt. Nothing about me was right after that. Ari in the book was cool, though. So you're not in Chicago?
Atlanta,
Isaac said on the other end. You're in Atlanta? She asked me. Yes, I said.
Yes, and I'm trying to talk to her, Isaac said, cutting in.
Hang on, I just wanted to... What's your real last name? Marino, Isaac and I said at the same time. Oh, whoa, I had no idea what you were going to say. How did you call my... Did you read the book?
Claire, I was talking to her, Isaac said.
Is this the first time you're talking to her? She asked.
No, thank goodness, it's the second.
We talked last night. Why am I just hearing about it? This is a huge deal.
You just got here like 5 minutes ago. I haven't had a chance to tell you guys about it.
Bye, Ari, I heard Claire yell reluctantly in the distance. Bye, I yelled even though I knew she couldn't hear me.
So sorry about that, Isaac said.
It sounded like he was walking. It's fine, I said.
No, I had to get out of there. She would have put you on the spot. I'm going outside for a minute.
Where are you?
We're hanging out at my parents' house for a while. Ryan and I are going to a friend's house in a little bit to watch a game.
A basketball game?
Yeah.
Oh, I won't keep you. I just wanted to say hi and...
I paused. And what?
And nothing. Just hi.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I had been about to tell him that I broke up with Eddie, but I couldn't do it. It was too eager sounding. I was just going to ask how your day was, I said.
I was not going to ask that, but I was interested to hear how his day went, and I waited for his answer. It was good. I worked until 3, and then I went to the gym before coming over here.
We're about to eat dinner. I need to let you go if it's a bad time.
It's not, he said.
Chapter 10. Isaac Alexander. Isaac was at his parents' house when Ari called, and Claire had cut in on their conversation. He did not expect to hear back from her this soon. Last night when he talked to her, he could tell she was excited about reconnecting, but she was conflicted about the boyfriend thing, and rightly so. Isaac wasn't normally the type to wish harm on any relationship, but in this case, he really hoped hers was over or would be over soon. Isaac felt like God himself had brought Ari to him in the first place. Who else could have given him an exact dream? He was desperate to know if she had broken up with her boyfriend. It was almost the first thing he asked. She tried to let him go when he told her that he was about to eat dinner with his family, but Isaac wasn't ready to get off the phone.
What about you?
He said.
How was your day?
Busy. I was busy up until a little while ago. That teacher's still out, and I had someone else call in because her daughter broke her arm. I had some scrambling to do, but we got it covered. I cleaned my house. I also cleaned the bathrooms at work earlier, which was supposed to be done by the night shift, but wasn't. I had a lot going on today. It sounded like she was about to say something else, but was reluctant.
What was there also? You said you also had something else?
Oh, no, I felt like I was rambling. It's that I'm doing a video in a couple of weeks, Thanksgiving weekend. That was not what Isaac was hoping for. He expected her to say she broke up with her boyfriend.
What kind of video?
He asked. A music video. Rap.
Really?
Don't sound so excited, she said, hearing the caution in his tone.
I'm sorry to say it like this, but isn't that where you're shaking your stuff?
She laughed at his question. If you're asking about how explicit it is, Danny doesn't call me for any of the R-rated stuff.
Is it PG-13?
Isaac asked. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. I haven't heard the song to tell you anything about the lyrics, but it's basic hip-hop stuff.
You say this like you've done a few of these.
Quite a few, yeah, she said. Atlanta's a hotbed for music.
How many would you say?
I've been on all sorts of videos as a background dancer since I was a kid. But the kind of stuff that I'm doing with Danny, I have done about 20 or 30 times. I've never counted. Lately, it's been around 2 or 3 times a year. Sometimes it's just for a couple of hours.
What do we have to do to get that down to PG?
He asked. Ari laughed. Nobody asked me to do anything explicit. It's all professional. It's not hardcore rap or anything.
What about your husband?
What husband? She asked.
The future one. The guy you'll marry. Is he okay with it?
She laughed again, and Isaac's chest ached. He wanted to be next to her. He imagined what she looked like.
Is that guy you're with right now, is he okay with it?
Isaac asked. He was outside at his parents' house. It was a chilly November evening, and Isaac got so hot that he unzipped his jacket as he waited for her to answer. Her voice was breathy. He thinks... We were needing to step back. Things weren't, with us. It wasn't... We aren't doing that anymore. She was being coy, but Isaac could tell that she was trying to say something important.
Did you break up with him?
Yes, she answered, her voice sounding tentative. Isaac was ecstatic. His heart began to race, and he stood in a wide stance and made a gesture with his fist in the air.
Good,
he said, his voice sounding calm and collected.
That's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
There's my dad, he warned as his dad came around the corner.
Oh, I didn't know you were on the phone, Samuel said. Dinner's ready. Thanks. I'll be right in.
Isaac's dad walked away without saying another word, but he was looking at Isaac with an appraising glance, like he might have noticed how excited he was. Hey, I heard, Ari said. I'm going to let you go so you can eat. Her voice was sweet, and Isaac's chest felt like it was about to explode. Was this happening? It felt like it was really and truly happening. Ariel Marino. She had broken it off with the guy. That seemed significant. And then Isaac thought back about 3 minutes into their conversation, and he realized that he was suddenly the guy who cared about whether or not she danced in a rap video. His excitement started to feel more like nausea when he thought of Ari dancing with a bunch of guys.
Do you happen to know where I can see one of your videos you've done?
He asked, trying to sound reasonable.
Can I just search your name on YouTube?
No, it won't come up under that. Lil Sean's the guy I'm working with after Thanksgiving. I did one with him called How I Live. You could search that on YouTube, I'm sure. Isaac wanted to stand out there and watch it right that second, but he wanted to be alone and not have anyone come around the corner.
Can I call you back tonight?
He asked. Yeah. How late?
How late is the latest I can call?
You can call whenever you want. You can call me in the middle of the night. I just can't promise that I'll pick up.
What time is the latest I can call you and you'll pick up?
My eyes will be closing out 1-ish at the latest. I usually go to bed around midnight. But you can call me back another time. I was just checking in with you to see how your day went.
I'll tell you in a little while when I call you back. I'll try not to be too late. If I get hung up, I'll text and let you know.
That's okay, she agreed vaguely. Isaac liked Ari so much. He liked everything about her. He liked her voice and her response to things.
What's your middle name?
He asked.
I meant to ask you last night and I forgot.
Jane.
Ariel Jane Marino.
Ari Jane, my mom calls me.
How about AJ?
Not really. My brothers, every once in a while. You told me yours was Sean when you told me the story about putting the trampoline next to a tree.
Oh, yeah,
he said.
I did say my middle name during that story.
Yeah, but I don't know how it's spelled, she said. Like it sounds, or the fancy way? He let out a laugh, since he had never been asked that.
The fancy way, I guess. S-E-A-N. Ariel Jane's pretty fancy, too.
You think? She was smiling and in a good mood, and Isaac could hear it in her voice.
Ari Jane. I like it.
I like your name, too, she said. The sound of her voice was like music to his ears, and suddenly the miles between them became extremely annoying to Isaac. They were quiet for a few heartbeats. "You need to go eat," Ari said.
"Yeah, I should. I am. I'm going. I'll call you back later, okay?"
"Okay. Isaac?"
"Yeah?"
"It doesn't matter what time. I have to work tomorrow, but not early."
"Okay, great. I'll talk to you later tonight."
Isaac was still smiling as he came into the house.
"What was that all about?"
his dad asked.
"That girl, the one from the book, she called." "You're kidding," Samuel said, looking at his son. "I thought I heard Claire saying something about that."
Isaac nodded dazedly.
"Yeah, that was her just now. I can't even believe it."
They were both standing in the laundry room where Isaac had entered, and Samuel leaned toward his son, inspecting him curiously.
"I can actually see the veins in your neck, son. I can see your heart racing from the outside of your body."
Isaac turned and shifted, feeling like he wanted to punch something.
"Ugh, I know. I feel like I want to put on tennis shoes and run to flipping Florida, Georgia, wherever all the way across the country. I feel like I want to physically run over there right now, just take off on foot. I think an airplane would be faster."
Isaac stretched as he shook his head.
"I'm not going to do all that right now, even though I want to. At this point, I can't even believe she called." "I can't either," Samuel said, taking in his son's changed demeanor. "Did she read the book? I never see you like this over a woman." "That's because this one is different. I mean, I think about it. The dream, the shirt, graduation, the book. The book." "I know. How many relationships start like this?" Samuel said. "I mean, don't you think I have no other choice other than to pursue it after all this? Don't you think I'd be an idiot not to?"
Samuel reached out and rubbed his son's shoulder.
"I think you should do what you want to do. You're not stuck dating a girl just because of the book, if that's what you're asking." No, I don't feel stuck. I guess I was just... It's unbelievable, the circumstances. Part of me wants to get a plane ticket to Georgia, and then I remember I've never seen the girl I talked to last night. Do you think it could be someone pretending? No, I know it's not. I know she's the girl. It's just all so unbelievable.
Isaac shook his head as he walked out of the laundry room, and Samuel followed him.
"I want to hear more about this," Samuel said. "Everyone else will, too. That's why I'm going out here. I'll tell you guys at the same time. I'll wait for Ryan so I don't have to say it all again."
"Ryan's right here, and I've already told him and Mom about Ari Wright calling you," Claire said. Ryan had been stooping down behind the kitchen island, and he came up and waved at Isaac.
"She's not Ari Wright," Isaac said. "Her last name's Marino, and nothing is happening like it did in the book. She had a boyfriend."
"A boyfriend?" Claire said with wide eyes. "A boyfriend?" his mom Emily added.
"I guess she broke up with him, though. I think that's what she just told me. We talked last night and she told me about him. She was honest about it."
"Wait, she broke up with someone for you?" Emily said, looking a little wary.
"He wanted her to,"
Ryan said, nudging their mom. "Did you?" Claire asked Isaac, staring at him.
"I was happy when she told me she did," Isaac answered.
He crossed to the kitchen to get a glass from the cabinet. "Wait, when did this all happen?" his mom asked. "I told you I talked to the girl from the book," Claire said to her mom. "I know, but I'd still like details, please. And we probably need to call Jill and tell her. What happened, Isaac?"
"She read the book and then emailed me, and we ended up talking on the phone for a long time last night."
He paused and shrugged, staring into space.
"She told me she had a boyfriend at the end of our conversation, and we agreed that we probably wouldn't talk until that situation was taken care of."
He shrugged again.
"Then she called just now."
"And she said she broke up with him?" Claire asked, pushing at her brother excitedly. Isaac nodded, smiling and thinking of everything. He saw flashes of the whole chain of events.
"Yes, she did."
Chapter 11. Ari Marino. Isaac called me at midnight that night. I was excited about hearing from him, and I had my phone next to me. I picked it up before the second ring. "Hello?"
"It's me."
"I know. I said, smiling. What are you doing? Is the game over? It's early for you.
No, I'm actually still over here at this guy's house. I was in there watching the game with everybody, and I just kept wanting to call you back, so I came in a different room where it's quieter.
What's the guy's name?
Jude. It's his parents' house, but they're never here. I think they're in France. I'm in the entryway, and it's like a movie. There's a huge, curved staircase. It looks like the Queen of England lives here.
That's awesome. I started to make up somewhere cool to tell you, but the truth is that I'm on my bed with a book. The TV is on, but it's in the background. I've got it muted.
Blackberry.
What?
Merino. That's what it means. It's Spanish for blackberry. Like someone with dark coloration. I looked it up earlier, and I thought it was cool since you really do look like that.
I let out a little laugh. I couldn't help it. I thought it was wonderful that he looked up my last name while he was out with friends.
Send me a picture,
he said. Of what?
Of you,
he answered.
Please. I need a picture. It's been too long.
Just any recent photo, or do you want me to take one this very second?
Whatever you want.
I assume you're sending me one too.
Yeah, I'll send one,
Isaac said. I put the phone below my face and looked down at the camera in the most unflattering Jabba the Hutt triple-chinned pose I could make. I grinned in a cheesy smile like I was really trying my best to look beautiful. I snapped the photo and then smiled as I looked at the results. It was a hideous picture, and I pressed send without thinking about it. I was still in the text when Isaac's came through, and to my own amazement, it was terrible. He crossed his eyes and made a weird face where he was holding his top lip at a funny downward angle. It was just as unflattering as mine. I could see how bad it was from the thumbnail. I laughed out loud when I clicked on it to make it bigger. It was at least as unflattering as mine was, which was hilarious. No, you didn't, I said.
What? What did I do?
He asked innocently.
I'm looking at your beautiful picture now, he added. You must be a princess.
Now I know you're lying, I said, laughing.
I'll send 10 different photos later, he said. Some of my family and stuff. I can't believe we both did that.
I'll do the same, I agreed. And I know.
You can send photos, but I already know what you look like.
How? I asked.
Because I remember you, for one. And I saw the rap video earlier, he said.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
And?
And I'm still thinking about it 2 hours later. That's why I'm in here calling you instead of watching a basketball game.
What were you thinking? I asked, unable to tell how he felt.
Everything. I thought you did an amazing job. I can't believe you do that.
Not nearly as much as I used to.
Still, it's amazing. I didn't care for the song, but that guy was obviously looking at you.
He was not, I laughed.
We were just background dancers. I think he was,
Isaac said. He sounded jealous, and it made me giddy with excitement. It was unbelievable that I could already be feeling like this.
I loved it, though. I showed the guys.
Did you really?
Is that okay?
I hope so, since it's public, I said.
I know, but I just wanted to make sure you're okay with me showing my friends. I guess I should have asked before I showed them.
I'm fine with that, I said. I'm in the background of all sorts of videos.
Make a list and text them to me later.
You don't want to see that, I said in a teasing tone.
Oh, I assure you I do,
he said seriously, which made me laugh again.
I'll send some links later. Am I ever going to get to see you in person?
I trailed off since I wasn't sure about telling him I had a ticket to go to Seattle. I changed my mind during the first word and left it hanging in the air.
You what?
He asked. I can probably go. Over there? Sometime after the first of the year. I could maybe go in January? Like the first or second week of January?
Is that as soon as you think you can come?
Yeah, definitely. We've got teachers out right now, and our winter recital is right in the middle of the holidays. I'm insanely busy until after New Year's. I have a few days at Thanksgiving, but I was heading down to Savannah to be with my family, and then I have to be back to shoot that video starting that weekend. We don't start until Saturday, but I might need to get together with the girls and rehearse.
How do you learn something and then perform on the same day?
Oh, I'll get them a routine via email before we ever get together. We'll easily be able to manage. It wouldn't be that complicated. I'm sure it'll be similar to other stuff we've done. We've all been dancing for years.
And what about your boss? I thought you wouldn't be able to work there anymore after you broke up with her son.
I sucked air through my teeth at the thought of it. I'm hoping to kind of sweep it all under the rug, honestly. We hadn't talked to her about it yet, so I told him she was the reason I didn't want to continue.
Why didn't you tell him you met someone else?
Isaac asked it as if it was a serious question. He asked me if that was the case.
What did you say?
I avoided it, I said.
Well, I'm happy you broke up with him. I feel odd saying that. It's not really me to say these kind of things when I just met someone, but
I think our situation is different, I said, cutting him off.
It is different,
he agreed.
We might be the only two in the entire world with a situation like this.
I guess every single person can say that, I said. Everybody's unique. Everybody's got their own story.
Yeah, but ours is still...
He trailed off as if looking for the right word. I know ours is different. I don't mind telling him I'm talking to you if you want me to. I just wanted to avoid drama if I could.
Oh, no, I understand. I don't want you to cause drama. I can't help but feel a little protective of you, though. The way you came to me and the way you kind of are already in my heart. I don't know. I'm just protective a little already, Ari. I'm sorry.
Please don't be sorry, I said breathlessly. I had the phone pressed to my ear, hanging on to his every word.
I don't need you to tell that guy anything about me,
he said.
That's your deal at work. But know that I'm really happy and thankful you broke up with him, and I'm sitting over here counting the minutes until January. You need to make reservations.
I did make reservations.
You have a ticket? You're coming here? You have a trip planned? You're coming to Seattle?
Yes, I am, I said, laughing at how quickly he rattled off those questions.
Did you already pay for it and everything?
I did.
For when exactly?
A couple of months. January 8th or 9th. I'll stay with Sabrina and just... You and I can just...
I'm so happy, he said. I can't believe you're coming here. Thank you for doing that. I'm really going to look forward to this.
You are?
Yes, I am, Ari. I can't wait. I wish you would get here tomorrow.
It will feel like tomorrow with all the stuff I have to do. We're doing a new theme this year, and we had to build new set pieces for it. I'm behind on all of those since I had to step in and teach classes this week. I have a ton of painting to do.
Do you want me to come over there and help you?
Yes, please, I said, assuming he was joking. I'm going in for about 4 hours tomorrow. Would you like me to pick you up on my way?
You were joking, but I was being serious,
he said. Are you going to fly here and help? I asked. I still thought he was being casual, but I felt excitement at the thought that he might come here sometime.
I can't come tomorrow, but I can definitely come before January. I was thinking about Thanksgiving.
I choked, getting out words. Seriously?
Yes.
I was speechless for a second. I would love to have you here for that, I said. Even as those words came out of my mouth, I knew having him visit Atlanta would raise questions. My family would have questions if I brought Isaac home for Thanksgiving, and Kathy would certainly have questions if I brought him around the studio to help me with set pieces. But I did not give a rat's rear end about either of those things. I wanted Isaac to come as soon as possible, and I said whatever it took to make that happen. I would love to have you here for Thanksgiving, Isaac, I said honestly.
Then I'll make it happen, he replied.
Chapter 12. Almost Thanksgiving. Isaac's flight from Seattle was on time and set to land in Atlanta at 3 p.m. I checked the airline website while I was stopped at a traffic light on my way to the airport, and my hands were shaking as I held my phone. Isaac and I had been talking on the phone every day, sometimes for hours. I would paint set pieces while I had earbuds in my ears so I could talk to him while I worked. We had shared a lot with each other and gotten close, and we never once made a video call. We never even mentioned it. I had photos of Isaac and his family that I looked at from time to time, but I had never been on a video call with him, which was amazing considering how much we had talked during the last couple of weeks. It was impossible for me to believe I would see him in person today. I stared straight ahead at the empty carousel at baggage claim, waiting for his flight to land. I had gotten to the airport right on time and easily found the area where I was supposed to wait for him. It was the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, and I was thinking of everything that would happen in the next few days. I imagined taking Isaac home to meet my family. I was nervous about it. I had told my mom that I broke up with Eddie and that my friend from Seattle was coming with me, but I had not let her in on everything that was going on. If I had told my mother then, my whole family would know. They would get really into it and want to read the book, and it would be all build-up. And I just didn't want that for Isaac's first visit. I was nervous, though, because I was sure they would wind up finding out. I was having deep thoughts about it when I heard my name. Ari Marino. It was a man's voice, but it wasn't Isaac's. I turned and saw a young, hip-looking man who was about my age. He had a trimmed beard, and he looked well put together. He was smiling and looking directly at me, but I did not know for the life of me who he was. Kai Scarpetti, he said. California. Oh my gosh, Kai, how are you? What are you doing in Atlanta? I live here now. You're kidding. No, yeah, I've been here for about 5 years. I forgot you were from Georgia. That's so crazy. It's been 15 years? We were babies. I know, I can't believe you recognized me. What are the chances after all these years? I'd know you anywhere, Ari. Those big brown eyes. Are you still dancing? Yeah. Not nearly as much. I have something coming up this weekend, but I'm not sure how many more I'll do. I'm managing a studio, so I'm still choreographing, and I'm around dance all the time. I was just there before I came here. That's amazing. What studio? Studio Revolution. It's up in Buckhead, but we're about to open a second location closer to downtown. Gosh, Ari, I've heard of that place. I went and got a boring old job in sales. In sales? You look like you're still dancing, I said, looking him over. He smiled and shrugged. It's yacht sales, so it's pretty cool, but still. I can't believe you're dancing after all these years. That's awesome. Hey. It was Isaac who said it, and he was standing right next to me. I hadn't even been able to watch his approach. I had no time to prepare myself. There was no dramatic, romantic reunion. He had to walk up to me and basically tap me on the shoulder to cut into my conversation. Hey, I said, turning to him. I stared into his unmistakable green eyes. My heart melted, and my look of surprise turned into a shy smile. Hey, Isaac. We stared at each other. Well, hey, Ari, I'm going to let you go. Okay, Kai. Great seeing you, I said. Try as I might, I could not take my eyes off of Isaac when I spoke to Kai. Isaac saw that I was unable to break the stare, and he saved me. He looked away and reached out to shake Kai's hand. I'm Isaac Alexander. Kai Scarpetti. Ari and I were childhood friends. We danced some together out in California. We did that episode of Lizzie McGuire together. Remember that, Ari? Yes, how could I forget? Well, I see my brother coming, and I'm sure you two are ready to catch up. Hey, it was good seeing you, though. And nice meeting you, Isaac. I'll look you up at Studio Revolution sometime. I nodded. And Isaac and I both told Kai goodbye. But it was all we could do to get through the conversation. We were both in a different world, each other's world. Hi, he said, staring at me when Kai walked off. He was only 2 feet away. There was barely any space between us. People were all around us, standing in groups and not caring at all what we were doing or saying. I was completely mesmerized. It was the oddest sensation looking at Isaac's face. My heart already felt deeply connected to him, but it was as if I was just meeting him for the first time. In the book, I slapped you, but I didn't do that in real life.
I didn't tell Jill you slapped me. She added it.
He looked me over with a small smile.
I guess you owe me one.
A slap? He nodded. I shook my head.
Why not? I probably deserve it.
I reached up tentatively and placed my hand on the side of his face. I was touching him ever so gently. There, I said.
That is not a slap,
he said, staring at me.
This is the opposite of a slap.
I don't feel much like slapping you right now, though. Isaac dropped the handle of his suitcase and left it where it was, taking a small step toward me. Our bodies were only inches apart now. You're tall, I said, looking up at him.
You're really you,
he said, staring at me dazedly. I am me. The last time I checked. I remember when I saw you at Husky Stadium on the other side of the universe.
I just got here after 5 hours in the air. My day is in fast forward a little bit with the time change, but that's nothing. It was an easy flight. And here we are.
Isaac said all of this in a soft, too normal tone because he was only inches from me. I was staring at his mouth as he spoke, and I felt an ache in my gut. He was unbelievably handsome. I already loved Isaac for what was on the inside, and now his outside was giving me all sorts of ooey-gooey feelings. I felt like he already loved me, too. I could see by the way he looked at me that a kiss was inevitable, and I was thinking about it as I stared at him. I'm so happy, I said, referring to his comment about the easy flight.
Ari, do you mind if I—
No, I replied, instantly, causing Isaac to give me an amused grin.
How do you know what I was going to say?
He asked. I don't know, but I don't mind if you do anything. His smile broadened, and I found it difficult to breathe. I was stunned by his perfect white smile. Isaac stepped forward and reached around me, placing his hand softly on my lower back. My hand rested gently on his face. I wasn't aware of who moved first. We both moved. Each of us moved closer until we kissed. Our mouths came together in the most natural, soft kiss any two human beings had ever shared.
Hello, Ariel,
he said as he broke the kiss and pulled back a little. He was confident and outgoing, and I loved his personality. That was the first and only time I ever wore that shirt, I said. My hand dropped to his shoulder, and he pulled back a few inches so that he could focus on my face.
What?
That shirt? My sister gave it to me for my birthday when I was in high school, and I never wore it. I saw it in my drawer and stuck it in my bag when I was packing because I thought it looked hipster, like Seattle. It was a complete fluke that I had it with me or that I had it on that day.
I think we both know that's not true,
he said sincerely, with a small smile. You're right. I do know that, I said. We stood there, lightly touching each other, looking at nothing else.
I haven't seen you in forever, it feels like. I can't stop looking at you.
Isaac's grip tightened on my back, and he pulled me a little closer.
You're more beautiful than I let myself hope. You're better than I imagined.
You've seen me before, I said, feeling choked up.
Yeah, but it's different now. Things are different between us.
Things are different.
I'm taking you on a date tonight,
he said. A date? Where?
Where do you want to go? We could do dinner somewhere. I don't know. I'll do anything.
Dinner followed by the painting of set pieces? I asked hopefully. I have one more coat to do on the candy canes. That red takes forever. I think I should have used a different brand of paint.
Reds take a lot of coats.
It was a basic conversation, but our stares were far from basic. We spoke slowly and stared at each other's faces with dazed expressions, and the tension between us was tangible. Isaac and I did not bother moving, even though people shifted in front of us.
I would love to put a third coat of red paint on candy canes with you tonight, he said.
He leaned down and kissed me swiftly again, before pulling back. His mouth was on mine for only a second, and it was electric. Was it love if I was out of my mind when he touched me? Isaac stepped back just far enough to break contact.
Lizzie McGuire?
He asked with his eyebrows raised. You've heard of it? We did one episode before I got picked up for dance camp. We were extras. Isaac smiled as he leaned over and grabbed his luggage handle, taking off and pulling me along with him. I followed him, even though we were in my airport. He was confident and sure, and I held onto his hand, smiling at the sight of him as he walked through the crowded area. He had told me to get a ride to the airport so that he could rent a car and we could ride together. We made our way out of the crowd, and Isaac slowed down so that he could walk beside me. He looked over at me, still holding my hand, and I smiled. What kind of car did you order?
A Tesla,
he said, grinning at me. Oh, whoa. The electric one?
Yeah, they're fun. Have you ever driven one?
I shook my head. We walked a few paces, and his big warm hand held on to mine protectively. The feeling of it made me feel distracted and at a loss for words. Isaac Alexander was the man of every woman's dreams. He was handsome in pictures and in my memory, but having him there, watching his body move and shift, it was a sight to behold. Being near him again was causing me to have all sorts of feelings. He gave me a wry smile and nudged his head toward the rental company sign.
You can drive if you want.
Chapter 13. Isaac swept me off my feet from the moment I saw him. I was smitten before he ever arrived in Atlanta, but seeing him and interacting with him in person made matters 10 times worse. We got into the Tesla and went straight to his hotel so that he could check in and put his things away. I noticed everything about him. I liked the way he drove and the way he interacted with people. He seemed to be comfortable traveling, and he easily navigated his way through Atlanta. There were classes in the studio until 8 p.m. tonight, so I told Isaac we would wait until then to go back and paint. He said he wanted to take me out to dinner first. We sat across from each other at a steakhouse that was way too fancy for my casual work attire. I had on trendy, loose sweatpants with cargo pockets and a tank top with a hoodie. I wore other styles of clothing when I was going somewhere special, but some variation of this urban but casual sporty style was basically my uniform when I was doing normal things like working and hanging out with friends. I thought about getting dressed up in something different for Isaac, but I figured it was best to be myself. He didn't seem to mind. He mentioned liking my outfit twice. The service was terrible at the restaurant, and it took forever to get our food, but we had no idea because we talked to each other nonstop. We were both like fountains of information the whole time we sat there and ate. That place is this close to the studio, and I've never eaten there before, I said as we were in the car approaching the studio.
You might never eat there again after waiting an hour for food, he said.
We were that long? I asked. I glanced at the clock on the dash. It was close to 9 p.m., and I was pretty certain the studio would be empty by now.
This whole trip is already going way too fast,
he said. You just got here today, I said, smiling at him from across the console.
I know, but it's already 9 o'clock.
Don't think about it, I said. I wanted to hold his hand. I reached over, and he easily gave his hand to me, grasping onto me gently. We almost never lost contact, and our connection was never awkward or forced. When it came to body language and general comfort, we acted as if we had known each other for our entire lives. Isaac had told me in previous phone conversations that he never had serious girlfriends. He would date a lot, but never commit to anyone. I assumed that things were different between us and that Isaac wanted more to happen with me than previous women. I had never come out and asked him that in so many words, but he behaved as if things were different with me. We hadn't made each other any promises, but we had become close talking on the phone, and these first 6 hours together had been charged and full of stolen glances and accidental touches. My heart was given over to him already. I was comfortable around Isaac, but my body reacted nervously every time I looked at him. I loved how manly he was. I loved the sound of his voice and the stubble on his jaw. I loved that he knew how to fix things, but that he also smiled a lot and was hilarious. He had rhythm and he wasn't afraid to dance. We put on music while we were in the studio painting, and I saw him moving to the beat. Isaac and I applied the third and final coat on 20 giant candy canes. He helped me work quickly. We had only been there for a little over an hour, and we had managed to get most of it done. Isaac went to use the restroom, and Kathy came in during the 1 minute that he was gone. I was thankful I heard the door because otherwise Isaac would have had to handle the encounter without me. I came down the hallway just in time to see Kathy come into the lobby. Isaac met me in the hallway, but he had no idea Kathy had come in, so I turned to him with an unreadable but serious expression. "My boss just got here. It's no big deal, but she's right here." I spoke quietly so Kathy couldn't hear me. But then I turned to her with a smile. "Hey, we're almost done with those candy canes. Isaac came up here to help me, and it's going about 10 times faster." "Oh, I didn't know you had someone here with you," she said, looking Isaac over. "Did you say your name is Kai? Are you the one who called and left a message?" "Isaac," I said. "This is Isaac." "Did Kai call and leave a message?" "Yes, some guy named Kai called, saying he was your friend. He said he was interested in teaching 1 night a week at the downtown location." She made a face at me. "We hadn't talked about interviewing for that yet." "I'm not interviewing anyone. I ran into Kai at the airport and told him we were looking at opening it. He's an old friend. He would be a good teacher, though, if he's thinking about it. I'll call him back sometime." "And who are you?" "A friend of Ari's who came to help her finish the set pieces?" Isaac looked at me. "Are we friends, Ari?" he asked, staring into my eyes like Kathy King wasn't even there. I blinked. "We're friends at least," I said, confidently. I turned to calmly smile at Kathy, and she just stared back at me with a wide-eyed expression. I should have probably been sensitive to her discomfort with this situation, but I couldn't apologize for something that I was so happy about. I wanted more than anything to say that we were way more than friends, so it already seemed like I was lessening things as it stood. Isaac stepped forward. "I'm Isaac. I live in Washington, and I came to spend Thanksgiving over here in Georgia." "Oh, really? Washington State? When did you get here?" "This afternoon," Isaac said. "I'm staying in a hotel not far from here. Ari said she had some painting to finish, so we came by here so I could help her. I told her I wanted to see the place, anyway. She has nothing but good things to say about her job, and I'm glad to finally be here and see it. It's a beautiful studio." Kathy put a hand to her chest, looking charmed. "Oh, well, welcome to Atlanta. Ari has been my right hand for a few years, and she has really done an amazing job. I don't know what I'd do without her." "She has good things to say about you also, Mrs. King." "Did you say you're staying at a hotel? I've got plenty of room in my place if you need somewhere to stay." Was Kathy King so smitten by Isaac that she would instantly offer him a place to stay? She was either that charmed or she was trying to keep him away from me. "Oh, that's okay," he said. "Thank you, though. We'll be in Savannah on Thursday." "Oh, are you going with Ari home to meet her family?" Isaac glanced at me. I knew he was asking my permission to tell her the truth, and I gave him a slight, easy smile, letting him know he couldn't mess up. His eyes shifted back to Kathy. "Yes, ma'am. I plan on meeting the Morenos. I'm looking forward to that." Isaac was unapologetic and easy, and even if Kathy would have wanted to be annoyed, she couldn't be. She smiled at Isaac. Her smile faded slightly when she shifted to stare at me, but I was happy with how things were going. It felt like I was going to get to keep my job while continuing to see Isaac. Kathy had something to grab and was only at the studio for a minute. Part of me thought she had come there on a fake errand since her house was about 30 minutes away and she usually only made the trip when it was necessary. It didn't matter much to me. Kathy walked out, and I looked at Isaac. We didn't say anything as we made our way back toward the candy canes. "That was amazing," I said, feeling so happy. He glanced at me. "What was?" "You." Kathy was ready to be mad when she came in here. She was definitely close to mad, but then you turned on the charm and she left here smiling and basically thanking you for being here. It was beautiful. "I didn't turn anything on yet," he said casually. "But I can, if you come here for a second." Isaac reached out for me, and I jumped to the side, dodging his grasp. He grinned and stooped suddenly, like he might give chase. "Hang on," I said, trying not to laugh nervously. "There are cameras in every room except for the hallway." "Are we being listened to?" he asked. I shook my head. "Just watched," I assured him. I grabbed his hand and walked 30 feet or so through the end of one room and into a hallway that led to other rooms. "The hallways are private," I said. "There are cameras in most of the other rooms, but I'll show you where it's camera-free." I stopped in the hallway and glanced around us, looking upward, showing that there weren't any cameras. Isaac leaned in and went for me, kissing my neck. I hadn't been looking up to bait him, but he took it as an invitation anyway. And it was wonderful. His mouth touched me gently on what was a vulnerable, sensitive area, and I felt like I might actually melt. I took a long, uneven breath and backed up a foot or two to lean against a wall. Isaac advanced, coming right up to me, trapping me against the wall. It was one of those moments I wished I could freeze in time. It might have been the first time in my whole life that I could say I'd be content if time stopped right there. Isaac was tall and broad, and he leaned into me, causing me to be pressed gloriously against the hard walls of the studio hallway. "Just tell her I'm your boyfriend next time," he said. He still held me against the wall, and I easily stayed there, leaning against it, not wanting to leave. "How?" "I don't know. Just open your mouth and say it. I don't know why we don't just tell people. I feel like we're past pretending. I know your family doesn't know about the book. None of your people do. They're all so far behind." I put my hand on the side of his face, staring into his unbelievable green eyes. "They really are," I agreed. "So can we just be honest, maybe? Because that was difficult just now. I know you need to act a certain way with her because she's your boss, but as far as I'm concerned, everyone else can know." He let his face brush against mine so gently that I stopped breathing. "They can?" I asked breathlessly. "Yes, they can." Isaac spoke so slowly that I felt like I might cry. He was torturously close to me, but he wasn't kissing me. His body was against mine and his face was only an inch away. He moved, shifting and looking at me like he was checking me out. "Isaac?" "What, Ari?" His voice was soft and sticky. We were soft and sticky. The whole moment had me melting. "I'm fine telling people you're my boyfriend if that's what you are." "What do you mean if that's what I am?" "Is that what we are to each other?" I asked. "Do you think I would fly across the country and get a hotel and a Tesla to see my not girlfriend? Do you think I stand like this in cameraless hallways with my not girlfriend?" He pressed his body against mine, and I smiled at him. "I hope not," I said. "So it's decided? I'm somebody's girlfriend now?" "You're my girlfriend," he said. I made a celebration face and began to wiggle my body in a tiny hip-hop version of a happy dance. I was in the middle of shifting my shoulders when Isaac kissed me. Oh, did he kiss me? He leaned in and covered me with his kiss. I tasted his open mouth, and the hot, wet, perfect feeling of it caused me to grip onto fistfuls of his clothing. I took his shirt in my hands and pulled him even closer. I opened to Isaac, and he kissed me passionately. He claimed me with that kiss, and I thankfully allowed it to happen. My body molded into his. Isaac found a rhythm, and for several long pulsing seconds, he connected with me in a way that felt like our actual cells started to intertwine. He gave himself to me so relentlessly in that kiss that I let out a tiny uncontrollable sound when he finally pulled back. He kissed me again, taking my mouth, tasting it. Isaac kissed me like he truly loved me. And that had never happened to me before. My heart felt swollen. My lips felt swollen. I was spent. I closed my eyes, letting my head rest against the wall with an absent-minded grin on my face.
What are you smiling at, beautiful?
I stared at his face. You. That kiss. I loved it so much.
I think we should do that again, often.
At first, I thought you meant right now, I said, smiling. We didn't leave that hallway for another 20 minutes. Chapter 14. Thanksgiving. Isaac and I spent all day Wednesday sightseeing in Atlanta, and then we drove to Savannah Thursday morning early. It was a 4-hour drive, and Isaac picked me up at 7 a.m. so we could get an early start and get to my parents' house, and plenty of time for lunch. We would spend one night with my parents before heading back to Atlanta on Friday. We drove his rented Tesla, which was fun and comfortable and made me feel like I was a rock star. I held Isaac's hand on and off during the whole trip, and we talked about a lot of things such as my large family and what he could expect when we got to Savannah. Isaac knew it would be chaotic and that there would be small children, my nieces and nephews, running around. I called my mom yesterday and gave her a heads up about us, I added casually as we drove. We only had a minute or so left on our trip, and I wanted Isaac to know I told her. He glanced at me.
What did you say to give her a heads up?
Just that you were probably that B word or something.
B word? Like it's profane?
He knew that wasn't the case, and he was giving me a hard time. No, I'm just shy about saying it to you.
Did you say it to her?
He asked. I did. I thought we talked about wanting them to know. I stared at the side of his face as he drove. He was being quiet, and I had no idea what he was thinking. I was nervous and wondered if he felt weird about what I just said, but he was still holding on to my hand. Are you okay?
What do you mean?
He asked. You were quiet, and I was wondering if you were okay with me telling my mom that, because I'm sure she said something to my dad by now. Isaac tugged my hand further onto his lap, causing me to lean gloriously toward him.
I thought we already established this. I didn't react because I assumed you would tell her. I hoped you would. And I like it when you're shy,
he added, cutting his eyes at me. I pulled his hand into my lap and held on to it as I leaned back into my seat again. I hugged his arm, letting his forearm rub against my cheek. My heart ached in my chest. His hand wasn't enough. I wanted to get closer to him.
Ari, how am I supposed to leave you and go back to Seattle?
He asked. I don't know. I don't want you to go. I have a ticket to see you in January. At least we don't have to wait too long before... Isaac, that was it. I'm so sorry. That was my driveway. I just assumed you... I forgot you didn't know where you were going. That was it right there, the greenish one. That's okay. Just go up here and turn around whenever you can. It only took Isaac a minute to turn around and make his way back to my parents' house.
It's woodsy and shaded out here. I like it, he said. That's a nice house.
Thank you. They bought it when I was in middle school, and by that time, I was really busy with dance, so I barely lived here until I was ready to move out. It's a nice house, though. I like it out here. That's my brother, Jesse. I laughed as I watched Jesse react to the car. He's looking at this car. Isaac parked, and we both got out. Jesse and his 2-year-old daughter, Eliza, came our way.
Whose Tesla?
Jesse asked from 30 feet away.
It's a rental,
Isaac answered, hollering at my brother from the open door. He got out of the car and closed his door. He came around the car, closer to my brother.
I'm Isaac,
he said, reaching out to shake hands.
Hey, Isaac, I'm Jesse, Ari's brother. Mom told us you were bringing someone home with you,
Jesse said. He was holding his daughter, and I leaned in to hug them both. Isaac, this is my oldest brother, Jesse, and his little girl, Eliza. He's got a little boy, too, and a wife.
Yeah, he's inside with his cousins. My wife's in there. I'm taking Eliza across the street to see Mr. Norman's train sets. Mom's inside cooking and Dad's in the garage frying the turkey. He said he's doing it in the oven next year.
He says that every year, I said. As we talked, I watched as Isaac made eye contact with my little niece. He waved at her, and she smiled shyly and waved back at him. He was sweet, and I reached out and touched his arm because I wanted my brother to see how much I liked him. Jesse noticed the contact. I saw him look at the spot where I touched Isaac's arm. He was watching us with an appraising expression, but he didn't say anything. We walked inside, and instantly we were hit with a wall of sound and activity. Get ready, I said to him. All 4 of my siblings had beat us to the house, and they all had at least one person with them. My oldest brother and sister, Jesse and Jenny, both had families, and some of their children brought friends. My youngest brother always had 2 or 3 buddies with him, and today was no different. I saw a few young guys who weren't my brother talking to my dad in the living room. The whole scene was chaotic but familiar. A group of 3 or 4 boys ran past us. They were doing their own thing, but they clearly wanted us to notice them. Hello, goodbye, I spoke in a silly matter-of-fact tone as they whizzed past. Hey, I added, seeing several people notice us and wave in the distance. My mom left the kitchen to head toward us, and so did my older sister. But it was my brother Nick who made it to us first. He noticed us from the living room, and he jumped over an ottoman and a couch before running to meet us. Oh my gosh, Nick, calm down.
Who's this?
He asked, rushing up to us and raising an eyebrow dramatically, and staring at Isaac. He was being physically imposing. That was how my family was. They were pushy, but in a lovable, playful way. It did not surprise me that Nick would run up and stare Isaac over, but I reacted by being pushy right back. I reached in and vigorously hugged Nick, distracting him. This is my friend Isaac, from Seattle. I already told Mom about it. Hey, Mom, I added, as a few of the women made their way up to us. My mom reached out and hugged me. She made a conspiratorial face that wasn't discreet at all. I knew Isaac had seen her. He's so handsome, she said in my ear when she hugged me. I just squeezed her instead of responding. This is Isaac, I said to everyone as I broke the hug.
Mom said Ari was bringing a dude over here, but I didn't believe her.
Nicholas, John, Mom warned.
What? I didn't.
I reached up and popped Nick on the back of his head. Welcome to our home, Isaac, and happy Thanksgiving, my mom said.
Thank you, Mrs. Marino. Happy Thanksgiving to you, too.
This is my sister, Jenny. Her boys were the ones that came by us when we first walked in. Isaac smiled and reached out to shake my sister's hand, but she hugged him. There were a few minutes of introductions at the door, and then I started pushing my way through. We're going to put our things away, I said. We'll meet you back out here in just a minute. I have Jesse's old room set up for Isaac, Mom said. Thank you. I picked up my bags, and Isaac followed suit. I nudged my head to let him know where we were going, and he followed me through the busy living room and down the hallway. I went into Jesse's room instead of my own. I'm just going to leave my things in here and come back and get them later, I said. This is Jesse's room, where you'll be sleeping. Does it look okay? I stepped inside and checked it out along with him.
Of course,
he said easily.
It's great. Thank you.
He reached out and set his bag on the foot of the bed, and I set mine next to it even though I would move it eventually. I know it's a little much meeting everyone all at once.
It's not much,
he said with an easy smile.
I like your family. I can already tell they're nice people.
I went to him. I couldn't resist. I had to do it. I took a step, putting myself in close proximity to Isaac. He wrapped his arms around me to let me know he was glad I did it. Our eyes met, and then I glanced at his nose and mouth and jaw. I couldn't stop staring at his perfect face. His lips were mesmerizing. The top one bulged out over the bottom a bit when his mouth was open. I adored him, and I felt like putty as a result of being in his arms, but I did my best to play it off. "You're pretty handsome," I said. I smiled and leaned in to kiss him on the cheek before pulling back a little bit. He had been about to kiss me back, and I no doubt would have returned it, but I heard my mother's footsteps coming down the hall. I took a half step back just in time to see her walk around the corner and come inside Jessie's bedroom. She scoped us out instantly, head to toe. Then her eyes roamed over the room, seeing what was going on, checking us out. She noticed our proximity and our bags. "I have Nick's bedroom all set up for you," she said, looking at me and smiling through a look of slight worry. "Yes, ma'am. I just set my things in here for a second." She cleared her throat, looking a little timid as she regarded us. I didn't even realize that I was holding on to Isaac until my mother's gaze went to my hand. I had pulled back, but I hadn't let him go, and my mom was noticing. I saw her cheeks turn red. "I didn't realize you two were so close, and I didn't know if... I don't know what you do in Atlanta, but here in Savannah, we're going to sleep in separate bedrooms." She looked at Isaac when she said it. "Mom, we are," I defended, smiling. "No one's planning on staying in here. I mean, he is, and I'm not. I'm going to my own room. I was just setting my stuff down for a second." "Well, I didn't know what you're doing in Atlanta because you're grown, and that's your business, but Isaac has a hotel in Atlanta."
"Mrs. Marino, I have the very best intentions for your daughter," Isaac said. "And as far as her holding my hand right now and everything, there are some pieces to the equation you don't have yet."
"Oh, yeah?" she asked curiously. She smiled because Isaac was just that charming. He let go of my hand and gestured.
"Ari told you I was coming today and that we were dating each other now, but she hasn't had the chance to tell you our whole story yet. It's pretty cool. I have a book in my bag that can help explain."
"A book?" my mom said. "What's that mean?" "It's a really long story, Mom. Why haven't you told me?" Because Isaac just got to Atlanta 2 days ago, and before that, I was processing everything. It's a lot to process." "What's a lot to process?"
"Our story," he said.
I nodded. "Yeah, it's a lot." "What does that even mean?" my mom asked.
"Ari and I have a whole, long, amazing story about how we connected. It was also unbelievable that she held off on telling you guys about it until we were able to connect in person. And I can understand that. My family was all part of it. They knew about it before she did, so it was different from my angle."
My mom stared at him blankly. "Okay, now, I'm really lost," she said. Chapter 15. I could see my mom getting more and more antsy as Isaac spoke. He was socially wonderful, and he could read my mom's demeanor, but the truth was eating away at him. He couldn't wait to let my family know, especially now that my mom came in being skeptical of his intentions. I wanted them to know, too. It was an interesting, amazing story, and the part that really mattered was that I thought I might actually love Isaac. I was definitely ready to tell them everything. "But we can't do this in here," I said to both of them. My mom had no idea what to think. I could see that she was trying to process what Isaac said and could make no sense of it. "Do you have that book?" I asked, looking at Isaac. He nodded.
"Do you want me to get it out right now?"
"Please," I said with a little nod. He went to his bag and began to dig in it, and I focused my attention on my confused mother. By this time, my sisters, Jenny and Sasha, had gotten curious and were walking into the room. "What's going on?" Jenny asked. "They're trying to tell me something about a book," Mom said, looking at my sisters. "I think they're reading relationship stuff in a book." They all looked at me like they were waiting for answers, and I couldn't help but laugh. Where do I even start? We're not doing what Mom said, for one. Isaac had been digging in his bag, and he came up with a paperback copy of the book. It's called The Cafe on the Corner, I said, trying to give them something. It's a fictional novel. Look, let's all go in there and I'll tell it where Jesse, Dad, Nick, more people can hear so I don't have to repeat it so much. I reached out and held Isaac's hand as we walked out of the room, and my sisters regarded me like they didn't know what to make of it. They were as obvious and frank as my mother, and I prayed Isaac was holding up. By the time everyone made it out of the room, Nick was curious enough to come looking for us. He had a friend in tow, and they met up with us in the hallway. "Turn around and go back the other way," Jenny called to him. "We're hearing a story from Ari." Nick turned and immediately yelled over his shoulder, "We're hearing a story from Ari!" I cringed a little and smiled, glancing at Isaac. He just shrugged. "Okay, everyone." Oh my gosh, I didn't intend to have everyone's attention like this, but you didn't have to mute the TV, Dad. I didn't plan on doing a big speech or anything. I was nervous and on the spot, even though it was my own family. And Isaac held my hand a little tighter. I glanced at him and he smiled.
Ari came to Seattle last May to see her friend graduate.
Isaac took over the first part of the story, but he paused and waited to see if I wanted him to continue. I nodded at him and he understood that I wanted him to tell the story. All eyes were on us, and I glanced around wondering how much and what Isaac would say.
My family owns a restaurant in Seattle. I work there full-time and manage it.
He's part owner, too, I added proudly. Isaac smiled.
Yes. So I love this place, and I'm there all the time. Ari and her friend came in last May, and she was wearing this t-shirt.
Isaac was not finished, but I cut in again. "I'm so sorry," I said, looking at him. "I told you to tell it, and now I keep interrupting." Isaac gave me an easy smile and made me want to melt.
"You go right ahead,"
he said. "Well, no, I just want to say that the shirt was the one you, Jenny, got me for my birthday that year when I was like a sophomore in high school." "What shirt?" "The gray one with the horses on the front. The group of stampeding horses." "Stampeding horses?" she asked, making a silly expression. "The only t-shirt I got you was the My Little Pony one. You said it was the same toy you had when you were little. It was mine that got handed down to you. I think it was a yellow shirt with the blue horse." No, it was the pony with the rainbow hair," Sasha said. "I remember that shirt. I got you that one in high school for your birthday, if that's what you're talking about." My brain was trying to work, scanning memories. "Who got me that gray shirt?" I asked, looking as confused as I felt. Either way, I had this gray shirt with horses on the front, and Isaac, way over in Seattle, had dreamed about those same horses the night before. So when I went into the restaurant, he was just staring and staring at the front of my shirt.
"Yeah, so much that when I ran into her the following day at her friend's graduation, I had to apologize to her for my behavior the day before." "What were you doing at her friend's graduation?"
Jesse asked. "It was also his brother's graduation," I said. "It was a coincidence that we ran into each other and he came up to apologize about the day before and tell me about that dream he had that made him stare in the first place. And I don't know, in that time while we were talking, I liked him." I looked at Isaac. I had never told him this part from my perspective. I liked him, and I knew he was staring at my shirt, and it had nothing to do with being weird. We had a short conversation at the graduation, but it stuck with me. He stuck with me. Our encounter was brief, but I thought about him after that. I made a point of going back to the restaurant before I flew back to Georgia. I was secretly hoping I would run into him, but he wasn't there, and I didn't really have a plan B. So I left a note with one of the guys at the restaurant. I glanced at Isaac again. It was really not intentional that I didn't leave a way for you to get in touch with me. I looked at everyone else. But I left the t-shirt at the restaurant with a note that only included my first name, so Isaac had no way to reach me.
Yes, and I was bummed about it and having a conversation about it one day when this lady was sitting at my bar. Her name is Jill Phillips, and she's the lady who wrote this book. Isaac had a book in his hand, and he flashed it at everyone. The whole book is loosely based on our restaurant.
So the cafe in that book is your restaurant?
Nick asked.
Pretty much, Isaac explained. This lady, Jill, was inspired by a story she heard about our restaurant, and she decided to set one of her books there. It's got 3 or 4 different storylines, but they're all love stories, and some parts are true. If you like romance, you can read it. But anyway, Jill, the writer, was pretty much done with the book, and then she heard me talking about that t-shirt incident with Ari. And she wrote it. She told the whole story about how Ari and I met with the t-shirt. She used real names and everything, and then she made up a bunch of facts about Ari, and she made up an ending for us that has nothing to do with our real ending.
Wait a minute, my mom said, cutting in. You're telling me that your actual story about your My Little Pony t-shirt got written in a book? Yes, but it was a different shirt. But yes, Jill wrote the first part of our exact story in this book, and then she made up her own ending.
She was hoping Ari would contact me. That was the main reason she wanted to write it and add it, and she presented it as a book within a book. It was something that was fun for her.
It was out for a few months before I read it, I said.
Yeah, I just assumed she wasn't going to call.
I had a friend of a friend who vaguely knew the story and read it, and weeks passed by the time someone took her seriously, and word got to me about it.
She was dating somebody else,
Isaac said. I'm sorry, I said directly to Isaac, only caring about his comfort. He grinned at me, and I held onto his hand. So my friend called and told me about the book when she finally read it, and I went and read it.
And that's that book right there?
My dad asked. Yes, in this book, there's a story about Ari and Isaac, and when I read it, I knew I had to call him. I felt happy and I wanted to contact him just like the girl in the book. I contacted the restaurant a few weeks ago, and we've been talking since.
What's this supposed to be, some kind of meant-to-be story or something? Nick asked, teasing us in a jaded tone.
Yes, Nick, it is, I said, and it's a pretty amazing one. So let me get this straight, Mom said, closing her eyes and shaking her head a little. Your exact story is written in that book, and you read it and realized they were talking about you, so you called this guy up in real life?
And now you two are engaged or something?
Jessie asked. We're not engaged, but he's not some guy I just met either. We really like each other. This is unbelievable, my mom said, still stunned. I can't believe it. Is that a book available to anyone? Yes, I said. It's on the shelf. She's a famous writer. Mom shook her head, staring at us. My mind is blown right now. This whole thing could be some kind of movie, which is exactly why I am just now telling you. I've had a few weeks to let it process.
My family all knew about it because Jill was in the restaurant the whole time she was writing it.
Well, I have to read it now, Mom said. We don't kick in until later in the book, but you are welcome to read it. Isaac brought this copy for y'all. Jill signed it and everything. Wait, so what happened? Jessie's wife had been tending to their son, so she missed most of our conversation.
I'll catch you up,
Jessie said. It's a romance novel, I explained. Half of this stuff didn't happen. There's no stalker or anything. Most of the book is set in the cafe, and a bunch of love stories take place around it. What's written of our story is kind of half-truth. That is just unbelievable, my mom said, still shaking her head. I can't fathom that someone wrote about you in a book. That's going to make me cry. Her voice was high-pitched as she fanned tears from her eyes. Chapter 16. Isaac Alexander. It had been a long but amazing day. Ari's family had 100 questions about the book and how the two of them became acquainted. And then they ate a gigantic Thanksgiving lunch. All of the Marino siblings besides Ari still lived in Savannah, and they collectively hung out at the Marino's house all day. There were a few others, friends of the family, who stopped in during the day as well. People played organized games and had outside time, including catch, basketball, and an outing on the neighbor's boat. The family seemed to accept Ari and Isaac's closeness because there were never any second glances when the couple converged or made their affection obvious. They hadn't been overboard with it, but Ari had missed no opportunity to give Isaac small stolen touches and glances. They briefly held hands on the boat, and they shared quick, fleeting moments of physical contact throughout the day. But they had absolutely no alone time. Later in the afternoon, they piled into Jesse's truck to go to the store, and they got wonderfully shoved into the back seat next to each other. Isaac basically got to hold on to her for the whole ride, and it was one of the best parts of the day. It had all been pretty great, honestly. The Marinos were a nice, God-fearing family who were easy to please and down to earth. The whole family had a flair for art, and later in the evening, before everyone left, they all sat around the living room and sang a song together. Isaac had a lot of good childhood memories with his family, but he can honestly say this was something the Alexanders had never done. He could not remember a time when a whole room full of people just collectively decided to take time out of their day and sing a song together. It was fun and funny and unlike anything Isaac had ever done before. He had just called his mother to check in, and he told her about it. "A family sing-along?" she asked. "How many songs? What songs did you sing?"
Just one, Hey Jude by the Beatles. I asked Jenny why she chose that one, and she said it was just random.
"That's neat. Bertie would love to make us do that. Claire would, too."
You would like Ari's family. They're nice.
Isaac's mom could hear that her son was distracted. "I bet you're tired," she said.
I am. I'm just thinking about everything. Ari's amazing, Mom. I really like her.
"Isaac, I'm happy for you, baby. I've never heard you say that about someone."
Because I've never liked anyone like this.
"What are you going to do when Sunday rolls around?"
I have no idea. Come home, I guess. Right now, I feel like I want to shove her in my luggage.
"It might be better to get her a plane ticket."
He let out a humorless laugh. She's got so much going on. When I'm headed to the airport, she'll be doing a shoot for a music video. There's just no way she could come home with me. She's got a ton of work to do with her job, too. She has a trip to Seattle scheduled for January.
"Okay, well, I know you guys will work it out. Thank you for calling and checking in with me, sweet Isaac. I'm so glad you're having a good time. Hug Ari and her family for us."
Isaac hung up with his mom just in time to hear the bathwater stop running in the room next door.
He was staying in Jessie's old room, and since Ari's room had been turned into her mother's office, she was staying in Nick's old room. She happened to share an adjoining bathroom with Isaac. He knew Ari had been taking a bath just on the other side of that wall. The phone call to his mother had been a means of distraction from that very fact. She was beautiful and lovely, and Isaac found himself wanting everything with her. He thought of the last 2 days. He remembered things she said and did, and he balled his hands into fists at the thought. His body physically ached. Seconds passed, and Isaac stared down at his phone, looking at his emails but not seeing any of it. He deleted the ones he knew were trash, but his vision was unfocused the whole time because his mind was processing everything. It was a comfortable house, and hearing Ari make subtle noises on the other side of that wall gave Isaac all sorts of nostalgic feelings. Minutes passed, and Isaac could still hear sounds from the bathroom. He stood up and put his ear near the door. He put his hand in the air like he was about to knock, but he waited. He heard her run water in the sink briefly, and he figured he had given her enough time to get dressed. He gave 2 light taps on the door, and within seconds it opened. He saw the light from the bathroom, but he kept his eyes closed tightly. "Why are your eyes closed?" he heard her say. "I wouldn't have opened the door if I wasn't decent." Her words caused Isaac to open his eyes, and he smiled and took her into his arms the instant he saw her. She let out a little squeal since she wasn't expecting it. "Hey," she said as she got settled in his embrace.
Hey, I love your PJs. I've never seen you in PJs. Also, I love how you smell.
He buried his face in her neck and took a deep breath. She smelled like peaches and raspberries and roses. He actually had no idea what she smelled like, but it was amazing. Isaac wanted to breathe her in. He held her, hugging her and nestling his face near her neck. She held on to the back of his head, lacing her fingers through his hair.
"You smell amazing,"
he said, moving and rubbing his face against her. It caused her to let out a laugh, which only made him hold her tighter. That's my old shower gel from when I was in high school. It's not the same bottle, but my mom still thinks I like it, so she buys it when I come visit.
"I love it,"
he said, smelling her again. I can't believe you love it. It's just the cheap stuff. He held her, breathing her in.
"Not on you, it's not,"
he said. You flatter me, but you don't even need to, Mr. Alexander. If you only knew how shaken up you got me earlier when you were going all LeBron James on my brothers.
When?
When you were playing basketball.
I was definitely not going LeBron James. I was going easy.
Exactly. That's why you looked like LeBron James. I could tell you were going easy and they were trying with all their might. Isaac laughed and she held on to him. I'm serious, she said. I was proud of you. I didn't know you had skills like that.
I thought I told you,
he said, rubbing his chin confidently. Isaac was playing it cool, but he had never wanted anything more in his life. It felt like more than love. It felt like the sort of love that was undeniably destined. Isaac. He was so preoccupied with the feel and smell of Ari that he was surprised when her voice sounded serious and maybe even a little concerned. He pulled back to look at her. It's okay. I'm fine. But I was in the bathroom that whole time thinking about it. And I have no earthly clue where that t-shirt came from. It's definitely been in the bottom of my drawer for years. And I've looked at it before, but I always thought of it as the one Jenny got me for my birthday. Now I realize that she's right about the yellow one. It was My Little Pony. I've been sitting in the tub trying to rack my brain about that other one. She stared at him. I have no idea where it came from, Isaac. I know it's been in my drawer, but it's an area that's just missing in my mind. I don't remember any of my friends having one like that, and even so, why would I have it? I don't know whose shirt that is, honestly. Ari was serious, almost like the mystery concerned her, but Isaac just smiled and held on to her. She was cuddly in her flannel pajamas, and he wanted to have her next to him forever.
Ari, the shirt being in your drawer out of thin air isn't a big deal to me in the grand scheme of this whole story. It's not even that big of a surprise after everything else.
She glanced up at him with a serious expression. I honestly have no idea where that shirt came from.
I do, Ari.
Where? He adjusted her in his arms.
Do you know that ever since you told me that you write down your prayers, I've been doing that?
What? Have you really? She pulled back, staring at him, and looking happy even though it was a change of subject.
Yes, I have, he said. I do it every night now. I have a little notebook, and every night before I let myself fall asleep, I write down prayers to God. It takes me all of 3 minutes, and it has totally changed the way I look at things. I'm not good at praying. I never have been. I space out and start thinking about other things. Writing prayers down literally made me go from a non-praying person to a praying person. I needed that in my life. I needed to start praying and talking to God, and I don't know if it would have happened if not for you. That fact alone was enough of a reason that I think God would want to bring you into my life.
I can't believe you write down your prayers, she said.
I do.
Every night?
Yes. It's no big deal, just a notebook and a pencil. I haven't mentioned that to you yet, but it really has changed things for me.
That's amazing, Isaac. I love hearing that. She ran her fingers across his arm. Are you saying you think God put that t-shirt in my drawer?
Maybe so, and maybe not. But I know the shirt coming out of thin air is a small matter for God, especially in the scope of all of this other stuff.
Has he answered any of your prayers? She asked. Every time I write a prayer down, I look at it in the morning in case God gave me an answer on paper."
Isaac laughed. "No, he hasn't answered on paper."
He looked down at me.
"But yes, he has answered in general."
Chapter 17. Isaac Alexander. Isaac had been in a few short relationships, but he had never experienced feelings like this. Ari was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and he would stop at nothing to make her happy and keep her by his side. He had experienced a lot of her life in the short time he was in Georgia. He saw where she worked and lived, and they spent time in Atlanta before he traveled to Savannah and got to meet her family. Every second they spent together only made Isaac more certain that Ari was the one. It was now Saturday, and she had been working at the music video shoot since 10 a.m. It was 4 p.m., and she would be done with her video shoot soon, so Isaac went to their location so he could pick her up. They were at a city park under a pavilion, with people outside playing basketball and having a barbecue. Isaac had to park down the block and walk to where they were set up to film. He stayed on the outskirts of the action, but he got close enough to see Ari and the crew. He watched them do one take. There were 10 or 20 people in the shot, moving around and making the scene happen. But Isaac did not take his eyes off of Ari. She was a natural. She was into the role, and her movements and facial expressions were completely natural. Nothing was forced. She was smiling when necessary, and her face was neutral at all the right times, too. He watched her, feeling mesmerized and proud. She had on a different outfit when he dropped her off that morning. She was now wearing all white with sneakers, baggy pants, and a crop top. Her hair and makeup were different, too. It was surreal seeing her transformed and doing her thing. Ari was a silent anchor of the dancers, leading them. He watched her for 5 or 10 minutes while they finished the take and did it once more. The director called a stop to the action, and someone announced a 10-minute break. Ari ran over to Isaac. They smiled at each other as she approached, and she walked right up to him. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, next to her ear. "I'm so sorry," she said, pulling back and looking at him. "They just changed it and said we're going till 5 o'clock.
"It's okay,"
Isaac said, acting unaffected, even though he was dying to be next to her. "I can't even talk right now. I have to go over one thing with the girls before we start shooting again. But I'll see you in an hour or so? Is that okay? Do you mind waiting? I'm sorry. Are you thinking you might leave and come back?"
He smiled at her. "I don't know what I'll do. I haven't had the chance to think about it. I've got it, though. Go do what you need to do with your girls."
"I miss you," she said, kissing his cheek.
"I miss you, too. I want to fight every guy over there for looking at you."
"Nobody's looking at me," she said. She ran her fingers across his arm. "But thank you for being jealous," she said. "It makes me happy to think that you would be jealous of me." She leaned into him as she spoke, and Isaac felt like he might spontaneously burst into flames right there at the video shoot. Ari touched the side of his face. "I am happy, Isaac. I really like you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for coming back. You can wait here. Whatever you want. I'm going to talk to the girls."
"Go ahead,"
he said.
"And I really like you too, Ari."
She already had him at arm's length when he said it, and she squeezed his hand. "I'll see you in a few," she said. He nodded at her before she turned to run off in a hurry to meet the others. If Isaac was less confident of a man, he would have been insanely jealous. He was so thankful there was nothing inappropriate with the video. Even still, his blood was running hot just watching Ari in this setting. It was difficult to leave, but he didn't want to stay and hang around for another hour. As he left the park, he glanced back and watched Ari go to the group of girls and begin talking to them. He loved her, and that was all there was to it. There was shopping close by. Isaac had seen some stores on his way there. He found his car and headed toward the retail section. Isaac was in uncharted territory emotionally, and he was contemplating the feelings he was having toward Ari when he saw the sign for a jewelry store. He had never been in a jewelry store before. He never had a reason to, but he stared at the sign as he approached the strip mall, and he knew he was going inside. He parked nearby and got out. There was a grocery store with a coffee shop, a sunglasses shop, and tons of other places. It was a nice upscale strip mall, and Isaac would have wasted an hour doing something besides buying Ari jewelry. But buying her jewelry was the thing he most wanted to do. He went inside having no idea what to expect. There were glass cases everywhere, and several people in the store were staring down, peering into them. One of the attendants, an older woman, left a couple and walked over to Isaac once he made it inside. "Is there anything I can help you with?"
I love a woman,"
Isaac said, being his candid, easygoing self. The woman smiled. "A wedding set, perhaps, then?" Isaac made a face like that was not what he was thinking.
"No, not yet. I just figured out I love her."
Oh. Maybe a necklace or a promise ring? Do either of those sound more like it?
"Yes, both, please."
Okay, I'll show you some of each of those. Right this way. The lady checked on her other customers, but they were browsing, so she focused her attention on Isaac. "These are the promise rings," she said. Isaac started to ask her what exactly a promise ring meant, but honestly he didn't care. He thought of Ari and the way she danced, and the possessive side of him wanted to put as much promise jewelry on her body as possible.
"I like this one,"
he said, pointing at the best one of the bunch. There was a larger diamond in the center and smaller diamonds lining the band. It was dainty and sweet, and he knew it would be amazing on Ari.
"I don't know what size she wears, but I want that one,"
he said. "That's an excellent choice. That's a beautiful ring. My husband designed it. It's similar to the one he gave me many moons ago."
"Oh, that's great,"
Isaac said. "Did you want to glance at the price?" she asked, showing him the tag. He nodded. It wasn't a lot at all, but he didn't care. He would have spent much more. He nodded, letting her know the price was fine.
"I honestly don't know what a promise ring is, but I like that one. And the name of it sounds great. It sounds like what I'm looking for."
"Well, this ring is a good choice. What's the lady's name, if you don't mind me asking?"
"Ari,"
he said.
"Her name is Ariel, but she goes by Ari. I'd like to get her a chain too, please. You mentioned a necklace. I think she'd like one of those. Nothing too dangly or delicate. A nice, medium gold chain."
"All right. Well, she seems like one lucky lady. She has earned the affection of a man with good taste, if you ask me. If she's about an average-sized woman, we'll size the ring at a 7. It's a good guess, and if she needs it resized, all she has to do is bring it in."
"Yes, great. Thank you. And also, I was just going to hand it to her. Is that okay? You don't propose with this kind of thing, do you?"
"No, honey, you don't need to do that. You can just hand it to her." "You can tell her it's a promise ring if she doesn't know already."
"That's the chain,"
Isaac said, pointing at a necklace on the velvet board the minute they walked over to the necklaces. "That's a beautiful curb chain," the lady said. "What is your name, sir?"
"Isaac Alexander."
"You have excellent taste, Mr. Alexander. These will be gorgeous pieces for your lady. Will you be giving them to her at the same time, or are these for separate occasions?"
"Why? Is there a rule about it? I was just going to give them both to her."
"Oh, no, there's no rule. I was thinking of options with wrapping them."
"Oh, no, I think I'm just giving them to her today, if that's okay."
The lady smiled. "Of course it is. Today seems like a great day. I'll show you the price for a 16-inch version of this chain, which is probably what you'd want." She typed in the price on a calculator and flashed it at Isaac. He nodded at her. It wasn't a cheap shopping trip, but it also wasn't as much as he was prepared to spend when he walked in. "I'll wrap both of these," she said. "If you're okay with it, that'll be fun for her to open." Isaac made his selections quickly and was in and out of that jewelry store within 15 minutes. He wanted to go back to the park, but he wasn't sure that he could stand there and watch Ari for that long without getting affected somehow. He decided to get something to drink at a nearby natural grocery store. He ordered a cup of coffee and walked around for a few minutes, getting a few things he wanted for the remainder of his trip. He picked up a box of protein bars, some canned coffee, and candy. It was a large store, and he wasted a few minutes walking around, but it wasn't long before he decided to go back to the video shoot. He left the groceries and jewelry in the car and headed to the pavilion where they were shooting the video. Security was loose and people could approach as long as they didn't try to go around the cameras and get in the shot. Isaac stood back and watched them do 3 last takes of the same scene. He was glad he got to see Ari in her element, but he was torn because she was beautiful, and he honestly didn't want her to dance for anyone but him. Isaac knew those feelings were unreasonable, and he stifled them, telling himself that it was totally normal and wonderful for her to dance for all the world to see. One of the guys in the rapper's entourage came up to Isaac and started a conversation, and Isaac spent the rest of the time being distracted by that. Chapter 18. Ari Marino. I made my way over to Isaac as quickly as I could. I felt terrible that I had been so busy today. I would be busy tomorrow as well, but Isaac was flying home in the morning, so it wouldn't matter as much. I did not want to think about that. I felt waves of dread when his pending absence entered my mind. I had no idea whether or not it was possible to love someone when you hadn't been together all that long, but I knew in my heart that I already loved Isaac, and so I figured it must be possible. I walked directly over to him, smiling the whole time I approached. I went for a kiss without hesitation. I popped up and placed one on his mouth as soon as we intersected. I hadn't been able to see him all day, and I was distracted in a hurry when he came by an hour before. But my work was done, and it went well, and I could not wait to get to Isaac. It was for this reason that our kiss was sticky, and we broke it reluctantly. He licked his lips, staring at me when he pulled back, and I leaned up and kissed him again. I felt his hand come around my neck, and I got the chills and took an unsteady breath. I have to give back these clothes and shoes, I said. I need 3 more minutes to get out of them and into my stuff. That's fine, he said, smiling as he peered down at me. Thank you for being so patient. I'll be right back. I turned and took off toward the wardrobe tent. I had never moved so fast in my life. Isaac had had to fly back to Seattle in the morning, and I felt like I needed to be next to him every single second until then. I moved like the wind, undressing and redressing, all while making plans with the girls for them to come by and get paid once I cashed the check from today. It took around 3 minutes as promised, and I grabbed my stuff and headed back out to Isaac. Bye, Sean. Bye, Danny. Thank y'all. Thank you, Ari, Danny said. I just waved at them as I walked. I didn't even want to say more. Are you ready? I asked, looking at Isaac. He nodded and we took off, walking together. He reached out for my hand and I held onto his arm, leaning into him. I'm so sorry I had to stay over, I said. I'm not worried about it, he answered, looking at me as we walked. You have glitter in your hair. And on my face, I added. And now it's on you. And you'll pretty much find my glitter on you for the rest of your life. Glitter is a commitment. You're stuck with it. You'll go back to Seattle and find pieces of glitter on this jacket later. Remember this moment, and you'll know where it came from. What I'm trying to find in Seattle is the glitter bearer. What's a... Oh, you mean me? Yes, I do, he said. Isaac, can we stay up all night tonight? Can you make the trip on no sleep? Yes, I can. I can sleep on the plane and then when I get home. I was being serious, I said, glancing at him. I was too, he said, nodding. I really would do it, but you can't. You have to come back and do this again tomorrow. You can't dance like that with no sleep. I held onto his arm. I don't want to miss a second with you, I said. Me neither. We'll stay up as late as we can. Where did you park? I asked. 1 more block, he said. Up there on the right. What did you think about the video? I liked it. You did amazing. But what? He said. You tell me. You sounded like you wanted to say but at the end of the compliment. No, it's just that. You're beautiful, and my first thought was that it's stupid, and I don't really feel like this.
but what I thought was that I wish you would only do that for me. But I know it's not reasonable for me to even... You're amazing, Ari. You were amazing out there.
I'll only do it for you from now on, I said easily. That's not really a part of my life anymore. I've been doing it less and less anyway. It would not hurt me at all to stop taking these jobs. I can teach and dance behind the scenes and be perfectly happy.
I don't want to ask you to step out of the spotlight. That seems like an insecure thing for me to do.
It's not, I assured him.
Well, then quit if it's up to me.
I could see that he was being light-hearted about it, but I wanted him to demand that I never dance for anyone but him.
Ari, I bought you something,
he added. I had been thinking about other things and not at all expecting him to say that. What is it? I asked. You shouldn't have.
It's jewelry, and I wanted to.
You bought me jewelry?
Yes, I did. And some candy.
What kind of candy? I asked. We made our way to the car by then, and I peered inside as Isaac reached out and opened the door for me.
I bought a few things. It was a Whole Foods, so they didn't have many sour options, at least not what I saw, but I got a couple of different things I think you'll like.
I wanted to ask about the jewelry, but I didn't. I sat in the passenger seat and watched as Isaac walked around the back of the car and made his way to the driver's side. My heart was beating fast, and I tried to convince myself that the jewelry was something other than an engagement ring. In an effort to not get my own hopes up, I told myself it was probably a piece of macrame hippie jewelry he picked up at Whole Foods, for which I would be thankful. Isaac got settled in his seat. I had not taken my eyes off of him the whole time. He was young and masculine and fit, and I loved the way he looked. But he was so much more than that. Isaac's personality was what made him the best. He would talk to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he would make friends with anyone no matter who they were. I wanted to be with him for the rest of my life.
I got you a promise ring,
he said, reading my mind. I blinked at him from across the console. Did you really?
Yes. I left here a little while ago and I was feeling desperate for everyone to know you were my girl. And the jewelry store was right there, and the lady recommended a promise ring, so...
He reached into the compartment in the door and came up with a small box. Should I open it? I asked. Isaac nodded, and I took a minute to unwrap it. I pulled it out of the box and put it on. It looked like a smaller version of a wedding ring, and I instantly slid it onto my left hand. I don't know which hand it's supposed to go on, but...
The lady said either,
he answered. I turned and kissed him. I was tired from dancing, and I could taste a hint of my own sweat. Our mouths intersected in such a way that I took his lower lip into mine gently. I tasted him as well, and it made me lean into the kiss. The moment was so perfect that my eyes stung with tears. I reached up and held the side of his face. Isaac, I love this so much. I don't know what to say. I love this ring. I'm so happy you gave me this.
That's not all.
I know, the candy.
No, I got you other jewelry, too.
I know you did not, I said, tilting my head and making a face at him.
I did, but it's because I wanted to, Ari. It makes me happy to think about you wearing something of mine when I'm back in Seattle.
I can tell you that I'm pretty much never going to take this off. I stared at the ring, which was perfect and all I ever needed. Even for a wedding ring.
I got you a necklace.
What kind of necklace? I asked, thinking of the macrame. He handed me another jewelry box and I slowly unwrapped it and opened it. Oh my goodness, Isaac, this is not what I expected. Oh man, I'm looking good with this on my neck. Snap, Isaac. What is this?
Do you like it?
He asked. What? I love it. I am pumped about this. It's heavy. It's so gorgeous. I clutched it to my chest and looked at him. Isaac, are these things seriously mine?
Yes, and I'm glad you like them so much.
I love you. I love them both. Thank you, Isaac. I don't know what to say. He could see my excitement, and he loved it. I had always been good at fastening clasps, and I made quick work of putting on the necklace.
You don't even need help?
He asked. No, I've got it. I put down the visor and checked my own neck. I loved the style and the thickness of the chain, and I touched it with my left hand, getting both of my new pieces in the same reflection. I felt like $1,000,000. Isaac, I love you? I started the sentence like a statement and ended it like a question, and Isaac laughed. Can I say that? I continued. Is it okay for me to say it?
You can say it if you feel it, but not if you have to ask.
I wasn't having to ask how I felt. I was asking if it was too early for you. He grinned.
No, it's not. It's not too early.
Then I do, I said. Isaac leveled me with the most handsome, mischievous smile I had ever seen.
Then I do too,
he said, raising his eyebrows. Okay, then we both do, I agreed, smiling at him and flirting with him. I closed the visor and turned to stare at Isaac. This is too much. You shouldn't spend this much money.
But you just said how much you loved it.
I do love it, but I also hate that you spent this much.
Don't talk about the money,
he said. His matter-of-fact tone had my heart racing.
I told you I would spend way more than that if I needed to. Those were the ones I liked, and the lady thought they were good, too, so...
Well, thank you. And I'm so happy. I love them both. I really do.
Do we have any more work to do on the candy canes?
I shook my head. I don't want to worry about work tonight. I'm tired. I want to get some food and relax.
Let's go back to the store, and I'll get some supplies and cook for you at your place.
I nodded contently because I couldn't have thought of a better plan myself. Chapter 19. Roughly 6 weeks later. Isaac's departure after Thanksgiving was eye-opening for me. After getting a taste of having him around, I found it extremely difficult, almost impossible, to go back to not having him around. Being apart from him was horrible. December seemed like it took forever, and I was also so busy that it went by in a flash. I missed Isaac like crazy, but before I knew it, January arrived and I took my previously planned trip to Seattle. I was currently still on the trip. I had been there for 2 days, and I had only seen my friend Sabrina once for coffee. She understood since she knew the whole story. I changed plans and decided to stay in an extra room at Isaac's parents' house so that he and I could spend as much time together as possible. Isaac had an apartment downtown, and their house was 15 minutes away, but for the last 2 nights he crashed at their place too. He didn't plan to spend the night, but he stayed so late that he wound up falling asleep. They had plenty of bedrooms, and unlike in Savannah, we were sleeping on opposite sides of the house. Isaac had to work at the restaurant until 2 o'clock today, but he had off for the next 2 days, so I would get to spend the remainder of my trip with him. I was so excited. I wished I could slam on the grand brakes of life and live in this window of time. These next 2 days, forever. How I wished they could last forever. I was close to my own family, and there was no doubt in my mind that I would leave Georgia and relocate to Washington the minute Isaac asked me to. I was currently sitting on his parents' back porch swing with Jill Phillips. She had come over for dinner, and we had just finished a cup of after-dinner coffee. Jill was a little emotional seeing Isaac and me together. She knew she had something to do with it, and every time we did something sweet, I could see her tearing up. The dinner with her had been surreal for all of us. Jill was down to earth, but I couldn't help but be a little nervous. Isaac's mom had cooked a gorgeous meal. They had one of those wood-burning ovens, and she made gourmet pizzas. It was something she had practiced, and they were delicious. Claire and Ryan were both at the house for dinner, and they had each brought one other person. Jill had brought her husband and their 14-year-old daughter. Jill's family was playing a game of horseshoes with Samuel and Emily while Jill sat on the porch swing with me. I had told her a few funny things about the book versus how we connected in real life, but we talked book stuff earlier, and by now we were on to other things. She had just asked me if I had any plans to move to Seattle. I told her that I had no immediate plans, but that I assumed it would happen eventually. She could tell Isaac and I loved each other, and I could tell it made her happy. Isaac had been in the house making a phone call to a friend of his, who was having a hard time.
I'm sorry,
he said, coming back outside with us. It's fine, I said. Yeah, we had time to talk some more, Jill added.
Oh, well, am I interrupting?
Isaac asked, stopping in his tracks. No, I said, reaching for him. Yeah, Isaac, actually I need to get up. We need to get going. I'll let you have my spot. She stood up and gestured at the yard. They're finishing up out there. Did someone say you're leaving? Claire asked as she came around the corner. She and the other guys had been in the driveway looking at Ryan's friend's car, which was something more exotic and expensive than the Tesla. I stayed on the porch to wait for Isaac. But it worked out since it gave me time to talk to Jill. We're leaving too, Claire added, coming closer to us with the guys trailing behind her. Isaac gave his sister a questioning glance, and she shrugged. Jake has to grade a bunch of papers, she explained. He needs to get back. Jill motioned for Isaac to take the place next to me. They traded places, although he didn't sit down just yet. I sensed that Isaac wished Claire was staying longer and maybe a little annoyed that she was leaving, but he rolled with it. He traded places with Jill and came to sit next to me on the swing. It was warm for January, but it was still brisk out, and I sat close to Isaac on the swing. During the next little while, we told all of them goodbye. Within 10 or 15 minutes, everyone but his parents and us had left. We'll see them again tomorrow, Emily said, in a worried tone as Ryan and his friend pulled off in the sports car. We'll get together for dinner tomorrow night, and I'll see him then. Emily was thinking about the following night's plans, but Isaac shook his head.
I don't like that dude,
he said. I was the only one who heard him. Who? I asked.
Jake.
Why not?
I don't know. He's fine. It's just that he's a musician. A singer, I mean. That's not Claire's type.
I think he's nice, Emily said.
He's okay, Samuel said. He's better than that other guy she dated.
We're going inside, Emily said.
Okay, thanks, Isaac said. We'll be back later. I'm taking Ari somewhere.
Oh, right now? Where?
Maybe to a store or for dessert or even a movie. I don't know. I haven't asked her. I was just on the phone with Micah for about 20 minutes.
Oh, what did Micah have to say?
He's having a hard time. I think one of his band members is going through some personal stuff and bringing it to the band. He's got some other stuff too. Physical. You know how touring wears him out.
Well, I'll have to text him and tell him I'm praying for him.
You can, but he'll be fine. I don't want you to worry. Thanks, Mom.
We told his parents goodbye, and they headed into the house. I knew their family was friends with Micah Lacey, a famous folk singer. I hadn't been exposed to his music, but I knew he had a following because I heard some girls at the studio talking about him. He had been friends with the Alexanders for years, and it wasn't a surprise when Isaac told me it was Micah on the phone earlier and said he needed to go take the call.
We're finally alone,
he said when his parents went inside. I know, and now I'm freezing.
Come here, he said.
We both stood up, and Isaac pulled me further onto the patio. I thought he was going to take me inside, but he collapsed on the outdoor couch and pulled me into his arms.
The heater is going back here, so we can warm up for a minute while we talk about what we're doing next.
He sprawled out next to me, talking as he adjusted. I laid on my back, and Isaac got on his side, stretching out next to me. We were fully clothed, but our bodies touched in several places, and my blood was hot and thick because of it. I was so comfortable next to him that I nestled my head into the side of his chest, closing my eyes. My body was never so comfortable as it was when I was lying next to Isaac. He wrapped his hard, muscular arm around me, and I might as well have been in heaven. He touched me gently, rubbing the side of my face with his finger. The back porch had been full earlier, and now it was just the two of us. I loved the rare chance to be alone with Isaac, resting in his arms. It was amazing meeting Jill, I said. I kept thinking of her as Margaret Winterbottom. I think I almost called her that one time.
My brother still thinks you work at an ad agency,
Isaac said. I grinned and shook my head at him. Ryan knew better, and Isaac was just being silly. But there had been funny mix-ups with his family and their perception of me from the book. though there was never anything awkward, and it was all just stuff we laughed about. He glanced down, looking at my feet.
Are those the boots you got at Claire's store today?
They are, and I love them. Do you like them? We both glanced down at my leather booties, and I lifted my leg and wiggled my feet. Plus, they're comfortable, I added.
Did you go by Claire's after you left the restaurant?
I nodded, yes. And it's amazing in there. I wanted to buy so many things. She's got the best stuff.
I'll buy you anything you want,
he said, staring at the side of my face. I'll buy you anything you want, too, I said back to him, causing him to smile. I turned and looked at him when I said it, and he kissed me. Cal was freaked out that I knew him and we had just met. I said,
Cal loves you, Isaac said. He was talking about you after you left the restaurant. I had to tell him we're engaged because he couldn't understand you having a ring on your finger and me not having one. He didn't get the whole promise ring thing, so I just told him we were engaged.
After he said that, he leaned in and kissed me. Kiss after gentle kiss rained down on me. I could feel his warm mouth on my skin, and I did my best to remember to breathe. I wanted to turn to him and kiss him deeply, but I held back. I stayed still, letting him kiss the side of my face tenderly. It was exquisite, and my heart pounded. I did my best to remember everything that was happening in the moment because it was perfect. Over and over again, Isaac kissed me.
Aren't you going to say anything?
He asked. About what? He let out a breathy laugh, and I felt it against my cheek.
About me telling Cal we're engaged.
Isaac kissed me on the mouth. He leaned and aimed at my mouth, and I turned to him, giving him full access. He put his hand on the side of my face, and we shared a tender but deep kiss that had me feeling like I was made of warm marshmallow. We kissed slowly, but he opened his mouth to me, and I was breathing heavily when he pulled back. I am fine with you telling Cal that, I said, finally. I'm yours, Isaac. Whatever you ask me to do, I'm in.
Those are dangerous words, he said.
Dangerous for you or for me? I asked.
Both. But I meant for you. You never know what I'll ask when you give me those loose parameters.
What?
Parameters, he said.
I know what you said, but that word doesn't pertain to anything I feel about you. Parameters come nowhere near my mind when I'm thinking about you. I spoke slowly as our bodies comfortably rested next to each other.
What does come to your mind when you think about me?
He asked, flirting with me. I opened my mouth to rattle off a bunch of honest responses, but everything sounded so cheesy. I was going to say several different things just now, and I couldn't decide which one because they all sounded so serious. I love being here. I love being next to you. I can't think of anywhere else I'd rather be, now or any other time. He moved until his face was only inches from mine. Slowly, he came closer to me until our noses touched. I wanted him to kiss me so badly that I was shaking.
You said a lot of loves in that, he said. Every time you said you love something, I thought you were about to say you love me.
I do, I said easily. I already told you.
Let me hear how it sounds again.
Love you, I answered. I definitely love you. Chapter 20. The following morning. I woke up in Isaac's old room. I had been staying there since I had been in Seattle. It was mostly a spare bedroom now, but there were a few of Isaac's personal things, like a shelf with some of his basketball memorabilia. There were several old photos of Isaac, and I went over and looked at them on a regular basis when I was in the room alone. I woke up staring at the shelf because it was on my left. The sun was up, and I blinked. It took me a minute to gather my wits and remember where I was. Today was my last full day in Seattle, and I dreaded tomorrow already. I glanced at the clock because it registered that we were burning daylight hours. It was 8:28, and I sprang out of the bed. I was about to go straight to Isaac. I was on a mission, and I almost overlooked it. But my eye barely noticed the piece of paper on my bedside nightstand. It was folded next to my phone, and I knew it hadn't been there when I fell asleep. I grabbed and opened it.
Ari, I snuck in here 15 minutes after we said goodnight, and you are already sound asleep. I was going to talk to you, but I'll write instead. I want to be with you. I want to be close to you at all times. I love you. I want you in my life forever. Please think about a day that we can make this happen because I don't want to be apart from you anymore. Isaac.
My chest ached to be next to him. Somehow that note made everything so much more real. I was across the entire country from everyone I knew and loved, and yet this felt like home. Seattle was home, and I knew it. I placed the note in the most private place I could think of, which was under all of the clothes in my suitcase. I didn't take the time to read it twice. I wanted to, but I didn't. I didn't even take time to brush my teeth. I was in such a hurry to get to Isaac that I jogged across the whole house without stopping. I could hear someone in the kitchen, but I didn't go that way. I headed straight for the room where Isaac was sleeping. I gave a couple of light taps before I opened the door. I cracked it at first, but I saw Isaac pick up his head while lying in the bed, and I went inside. I walked over there and climbed into the bed next to him. Isaac kicked a leg partially over me, trapping me in his grasp and covering me with the quilt in the process. "Good morning. I got your letter," I said, feeling happy and in a great mood.
You did?
"Yeah, and we slept all day. It's 8:30. He laughed. It was silent, but I felt his chest shake.
We didn't go to bed until 3:30,
he said.
and I didn't go to bed until later than that.
He gave me a squeeze. "Why? Because you had to sneak in my room and write me notes?"
Did you find it?
"Yes." I leaned toward him and tried to kiss him, but I couldn't reach, so he brought me his cheek.
What did you think?
He asked sleepily. "About your note? I loved it. I love you, and I love your note." We snuggled for a minute. I rested my head on his chest, holding on to him. There was a quilt between us, but I got so close to him that I could feel his warmth. He adjusted, bringing his arms around me. "What are we doing today?" I asked. Isaac wiped his face as he thought. His movements were masculine, and I felt the urge to get closer to him. I snuggled in close, and he squeezed me.
I need to go by the restaurant. I don't have to stay long, but we could plan on doing either breakfast or lunch over there.
Okay, good. There's a shirt I regretted not buying at Claire's store. I didn't think I'd be able to go by there again before my flight. Isaac moved, engulfing me in his embrace. His big leg came out of the covers and clamped around me, and I giggled.
Don't go back,
he moaned, stretching and squeezing me. He pulled me in and kissed me twice, once on the cheek and once on my neck. I leaned up, giving him access. Isaac moved slowly and barely touched me, but I could feel the warmth of his breath next to my neck. I smiled when he let his lips touch my cheek. He wasn't kissing me. He was simply letting his mouth touch my face, and my heart was about to explode.
When can you come back for good?
He asked. Are you just saying that because you'll miss me, or are you really asking?
I'll miss you, and I'm really asking. What's the difference?
I propped myself up next to him. He didn't have on a shirt and the covers were down far enough that I could see the top of his chest. I was smitten, and I smiled and bit my lip at him. What I'm saying is that if you're just asking if I'll theoretically move here sometime, then the answer is yes. And also, if you're asking me to set a time and say I'm officially coming here, then the answer is yes for that too. He sat up like he was excited. The movement caused me to laugh a little, and I peered up at him from his new spot, hovering above me.
When can you come?
He asked. Well, I'm all tied up with classes and recitals are in May. So after that, I guess?
That doesn't feel soon enough,
he said. My hand rested on the upper part of his chest. I know, I replied. I've known Kathy for years, though. She's done a lot for me, and I hate to leave her on such short notice and just never see her again. I couldn't believe I was even saying any of this. My heart was pounding.
I understand, he said, nodding. I want you to stay here right now and never go back, but I understand that you can't, or shouldn't just leave them hanging.
Do you think that means I don't love you? Because I'll leave them.
No, I understand it's all really sudden. You need to have time in Georgia to tie things up. I love you for that.
What about if you come to me? I asked, touching the little divot at the base of his neck. You can live in Atlanta for a few months, and then we can come back here together.
Yes,
he said seriously. Yes? I asked.
Yes.
Just like that. He nodded.
That's a perfect idea. I'll make arrangements and set myself up to go to Atlanta until May. Everybody at the restaurant will chip in to help me with something like that. My grandma will even pick up some more shifts. I've been working there nonstop since I can remember. I've never taken off and done something new for a few months. I'll come check out Georgia with you until May.
I couldn't help it. There was nothing I could do to stop the tears. I cried. Hot, wet tears rose to my eyes and overflowed. They rolled down my cheeks.
Aw, baby, Ari. Are you okay?
I nodded, my face moving in his hand. I wiped my cheek. I'm happy.
Aw,
he moaned, as he moved toward me, leaning in to kiss me. Would you really come to Georgia? I asked, when he pulled back.
Yes, Ari, yes. I would live in Georgia, if you couldn't leave. I'll go where you are.
I held on to him like he was a life preserver. You know what else I want besides that shirt at your sister's store?
What?
The horse one. I want to take it back to Atlanta with me. I was talking to the girls at the studio about getting it framed.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. We can go by my apartment while we're out today.
I'm so excited, I said. Are you really coming to Georgia?
Yes, I am. But first, we're getting coffee and breakfast.
It was 6 p.m. that evening when we made our way to his apartment. We had been running errands and sightseeing all afternoon, and we stopped by his place to get the T-shirt before going to meet his family for dinner at a different restaurant at 6:30. I had a bag in my hand when we came inside, and I put it, along with my purse and shoes, in a spot near the door. I was thirsty, so I went to the kitchen to get myself something to drink, while Isaac went into his bedroom to get the T-shirt. I took a minute to drink some water. It was quiet in his apartment, and I got lost in thought, staring at the countertop and remembering details of our day. I smiled even though no one was in there with me. I thought of Isaac coming to Atlanta and staying with me there. We had talked about options, and we thought we would get married this summer in Seattle. That meant he would need a place to stay when he came to Atlanta next month. I decided I would contact a dance family I knew to see if they could rent him a room for a couple of months. I was so looking forward to having him come visit me. There were certain restaurants to eat at and activities I wanted him to experience in Atlanta. I considered different parks and hikes while I finished drinking my water. I was accustomed to keeping hydrated, so I poured and drank another glass. I assumed Isaac would come back into the living room when he was finished, so I planned on waiting there, but I expected him to come back by now. I had spent several minutes thinking by then, so I decided to go find him. "Hello?" I called from the kitchen.
I'm in here still,
he yelled from his bedroom.
Come help me.
I walked into his room. It was decorated by his mom and sister, but they had kept it masculine and clean, and I loved going in there.
It's not here,
he said, looking confused and sounding worried.
I had it in this specific drawer. I've definitely seen it since you and I got back in touch. It was folded up in this drawer. I didn't unfold it, but I checked to make sure it was still there, and it was.
Isaac was leaning over the drawer, peering into it. It's empty, I said, looking inside as I came up to him.
Because I just took everything out, he said, and it's not in there.
He motioned to his bed, which contained everything that had been in the drawer, mostly folded T-shirts. I went to the bed and casually looked at them all, searching for the gray shirt. There wasn't a single piece of fabric that was the same color as the horse shirt. Do you mind if I sift through these?
No, I don't mind, but it's not there. I've looked through it 10 times. I've looked in all these other drawers, too, and in my closet.
I thought it was taking you forever.
Yeah,
Isaac trailed off and looked through another drawer. He was a simple guy, and he had a closet along with one nice dresser with 8 drawers. He looked through each of them. Some of them didn't even contain clothes. Isaac thought the shirt might have fallen out of the drawer, and he took drawers completely out of the dresser to check behind them and make sure. I watched him work, helping him look by glancing over things and trying to see if I could find the shirt. Just like him, I saw nothing.
Ari, we need to be going to meet my family, and it is not here. I know it was here, and now it's not.
God probably made it disappear again.
What? No. It was in here like even a week ago. I saw it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He probably made it disappear sometime between then and now. You smile at me, but you're the one who told me it showed up in my drawer by God in the first place.
That was because you didn't know who gave it to you. This I actually had in my drawer. Recently.
Nope,
I said, shaking my head and wearing a little smirk. Nope what?
I bet you're not going to find it.
Why? Did you already get it?
He asked, smiling. I would never make you look this whole time if I had it. I don't have it, but I also don't think you're going to find it. He stared down at the pile of clothes in the open drawers.
Do you think it's gone?
I gestured at the clothes, staring at the proof that it was nowhere to be found. I think that it disappearing out of your drawer would make about as much sense as me not remembering where I got it. Isaac shook his head and stared dazedly at the clothes.
You actually might be right.
Epilogue. Isaac Alexander. Late May. The rehearsal dinner. They never, ever found that shirt. They looked again for an entire hour before Ari went to the airport, and they found nothing. Since then, Isaac had searched everywhere in his apartment, his vehicle, and his work, but he was unable to find it. Both the finding and the losing of that shirt had been abnormal. Isaac and Ari figured the only explanation was that God had been involved on both accounts. They knew they had a great story to tell their grandkids. They were currently working on an even bigger story. This was a gigantic one, and as it happened, it was not a story that was ready to be told. The whole thing was still a huge secret. Their wedding day had been set in stone for months. Isaac was in Atlanta for nearly 3 months, and everyone in Seattle missed him so much that they planned a huge party and feast for the wedding when the couple returned. Isaac and Ari knew how much work his family had been putting into the wedding. The couple couldn't let them down by eloping in Atlanta, but they also couldn't wait. They made it all the way to mid-April, but they caved at that point and got married in a secret ceremony. There was no doubt in either of their minds that they were meant for each other, and logically there was no need for them to wait. So, their wedding was scheduled for tomorrow evening, and that was going off without a hitch. But the real wedding happened 6 weeks earlier. Isaac took Ari as his lawfully wedded wife 6 weeks ago, and it had been the best decision he had ever made. He had no regrets whatsoever. He was passionate about her, and she loved him with her whole heart. No one in the whole world knew about their wedding. Aside from the city clerk and official people at the courthouse, it was a complete and total secret. Ari's family and Isaac's were completely under the impression that they were getting married tomorrow night. Plans had been made and flights had been taken, and the couple knew that telling people would only put a damper on the celebration. There was no point in it. Their secret wedding would stay a secret, maybe until they had grandchildren. By then, everybody could look back on it and laugh. For weeks, they kept separate apartments but had snuck around and lived together as husband and wife. Ari was a grown adult in Atlanta, and no one kept tabs on her where she spent the night. The secret marriage was a beautiful hidden truth between the two of them only. They had been in Seattle for a week now, and they had to be on their best behavior and act as if they were engaged. It was difficult because they had a lot of time in Atlanta, and they had to scale back once they made it to Seattle. Her family had come in for the wedding, and some of them were staying at Isaac's place. So he was staying at his parents' with Ari, but in a separate bedroom. It was difficult being in that proximity and not being obvious, but they were great actors and honestly felt like they were doing it for the family's own good. No one needed to feel like they were doing this wedding for nothing, so no one had a clue about it. Isaac and Ari had a pact, and neither of them had told a soul. So, Isaac was completely shocked when his grandmother cornered him in the restaurant's kitchen after the rehearsal dinner. She had wide eyes staring at him like he was in trouble. Isaac had been around his grandmother multiple times during the night, and everything had been good. He was thrown off by her sudden look of disapproval. She shook her head. "I should whip your butt, Isaac Shawn. You're going to run off and get married and not tell your grandmother about it." There was an edge of a smile to her expression by the time she finished her statement, but Isaac could tell she knew something was going on. He stared at her, feeling shocked, and wondering how in the world she found out. No one knew.
"What are you talking about, Bertie?"
A couple of people walked by them, and they stopped talking so they wouldn't be overheard.
"What are you saying?"
Isaac asked, once his aunt and cousin left the area. "Your hands, my love," she said. She picked up her grandson's hand and held it while looking at him. "I can see the way you touch that young lady, and it's the way a husband touches a wife. The way you handle that girl, that's a husband and his wife if I ever saw it. I figured you already married her in Atlanta."
"What?" "We're about to get married tomorrow, Bertie."
"Don't you lie to me, boy. You already got married." Rita paused, staring at him.
"Bertie, first of all, it's crazy that you would think that type of thing by something I'm doing with my hands. And second, I can't believe that you would believe it enough to talk to me about it."
She shook her head playfully at him. "Of course I'm going to talk to you about it. You're my grandson, and I love you. I can tell when you're married and when you're not."
"Wow, Bertie, gosh. Well, if Ari and I theoretically got married on April 8th in a secret forbidden ceremony in Atlanta, then I'd probably not tell you about it, and I'd definitely not want you to tell anyone else."
He was being playful and nonchalant with his grandmother, who gave him a satisfied smile and leaned up to place a kiss on his cheek.
"Please don't say anything,"
he added. Rita Alexander squinted at him and used her fingers to pretend to zip her own lips before she threw away the invisible key.
"Promise," he said. "Not even to my dad, please. We don't want people to think we did all this for nothing."
She reached up and touched the side of his face.
"It's not all for nothing. But I wouldn't dare," she said. "I think it's the sweetest thing. I love you, my grandson."
"I love you too,"
he said. Isaac believed his grandma when she said their secret was safe with him. He was just floored that she knew in the first place. If Isaac was touching Ari a certain way, the more logical assumption might be that he had just simply compromised her honor before the wedding. But his grandma's mind hadn't even gone to that. She had known that they were secretly married. He was still smiling about it when he found his wife. She was dressed up in a casual cotton white dress with a low square neckline. Her hair had been styled for the occasion, and it hung in perfect waves over her shoulders. Isaac loved her more than anything. He loved her more today than he did the day he married her, and that was saying a lot. The rehearsal dinner was over, and some people had left, but others were milling around the restaurant before they went home. Ari was standing when he found her, and he took her into his arms. "Hey, my love," she said. "I love your green eyes. I'm glad you're my fiancé." A few people were within earshot, and Isaac smiled at her.
"Did you mention something to Bertie?"
he whispered discreetly. "About what?" she asked, turning to him with a curious expression.
"About us."
She shook her head. "No way."
"She knew."
Ari's eyes widened slightly. "How?" she asked, stiffly. He smiled.
"She said the way I touched you."
Ari's eyes widened again. "You have barely touched me at all," she said stiffly.
I know, he said, as if it had been painful. Look at us right now. We're here. We're standing. We've got a foot of space between us. My hands aren't even on you at all. It's terrible. I feel like we've been doing it the whole time.
I know, she whispered. You've had to be irritatingly hands-off when anyone is around this whole week. It's way harder here than it was in Atlanta.
No kidding, he said. It's extremely irritating.
He smiled and shook his head, and they shared a promising glance for several seconds.
And I thought we hadn't slipped at all, Ari said.
We didn't. Bertie said it's something about my hands. I have no idea what she saw. Something with how I touched you, even though I thought I was really behaving.
He shrugged.
Either way, she said our secret is safe with her. She thought it was sweet.
It is sweet, Ari said. And you're sweet.
What's sweet is that I'm not breaking any rules when I sneak into your room later tonight.
Ari gasped and put a hand to her chest, pretending like she was horrified at the thought. That would not be decent, Mr. Alexander. It would be inconceivable of you to sneak into my room at 12:30 on the dot this evening and have your way with me before we're married. Isaac made an unimpressed face and shrugged casually, playing along with his wife.
I'm coming in there at 12:30, and don't try to talk me out of it,
he said with an easy smile. The end. Till Book 3. Thank you for listening to Wildest Dream, The Alexander Family, Book 2, written by Brooke St. James and narrated by Christina Traister. Audio production copyright 2024.